with North Bay. Now, this is not the grand final. All you have to do is qualify here. Both these boats are in a good position, Whitney, but they're almost racing it like it's a grand final.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's always exciting to see, although not necessarily completely necessary, as both of these crews right now are in position to go on to the grand final. As we see Tempe Junior crew start to make quite a move over North Bay, I believe both of these, again, I'm going off memory here, Enzo Bass in North Bay and Hartaj Singh from Tempe, I believe I have seen before in recent regattas here. Tempe Junior crew, I believe, did well at the Desert Sprints, and then North Bay, Enzo Bass, I remember that athlete from last year. Again, going off just memory off the top of my head here. But I would expect to see great things from both of these doubles and would be a very, very exciting race in an actual grand final. So right now, both of these crews just trying to make it into that grand final. Again, not showing all of their cards as we watch Redwood Scullers A crossing the line in first quite comfortably. Well, confidently, I will say. Comfortable, I doubt, is a word we use much in rowing here. But here we are looking at Tempe Junior crew in lane 3 and North Bay in lane 2. Coming in second and third, you can see that neon green flash chasing the purple of Tempe Junior crew. A bow seat of North Bay just looking over just to see if they could squeeze them out a little bit, but a little bit too much too late. But both will qualify and move on to the grand final. Here we are looking at lane 4. That's North Bay B coming in now. And then coming across the line now is NorCal crew in lane 6. Followed by Berkeley in lane 5. And then we have Brophy in lane 7 with about 500 to go.
And next up, ladies and gentlemen, will be the women's U16 coxed quad, now loading into the platforms. Coaches, please be aware the wind has picked up, and we're seeing the crews doing a lot of sculling of the bows at the starting platform. Please just remind your crews to expect that down there as they keep their point prior to the start. And we have a start for the women's U16 coxed quad. These are all athletes under the age of 16 in a 4-man shell with 2 oars each and a coxswain steering. 7 boats on the course. Here are the lane assignments for semifinal number 1. Lane 1, Los Gatos. Lane 2, Los Gatos B. Lane 3, Redwood Scullers. Lane 4, Newport Seabase A. Lane 5, Capital. Lane 6, Oakland United. And Lane 7, Newport Seabase B. All boats are now underway. Clean starts. A little bit of chop down at the beginning of the course. Crews are handling it well. Right now, lanes 1 through 5 are out in the front, side by side with contact between all the boats. Lanes 6 and 7, Oakland United and Newport Seabase B, have fallen back off the pace. 3 boats go on to the grand final. Lanes 1, 2, and 3 appear to be the early leaders. That would be Los Gatos A and B and Redwood Scullers. Now, lane 3, Redwood Scullers, right next to them is Newport Seabase A, and now Newport has pulled even with the Redwood Scullers boat to make it a dead-even race for third place. Los Gatos A and B are separated by only 4 seats. Redwood Scullers in third place is in contact with lane 2, Los Gatos B, but the real threat here is lane 4. Newport Seabase A has now moved ahead of Redwood Scullers into that third place position, and in fact, Newport Seabase is now challenging lane 2 and lane 1, both the Los Gatos boats. So Redwood Scullers still in contact, still in a position to move up into third, but they've got their hands full with lane 4, Newport Seabase, as they come into the halfway point of this race. Trailing continues to be Oakland United and Newport Seabase B boat. Now the Redwood Scullers have responded. They are trying to take water back from Newport Seabase A, and it appears that they have done so, and now lanes 3 and 4 are once again dead even, so it's anyone's call for that third place position. Los Gatos A and B still in first and second, and then it's dead even between Redwood Scullers and lane 4 Newport Seabase A for third. Capital Crew from here at Lake Natoma falling back to 5th place, and then further back Oakland United and Newport Seabase A. And now Redwood Scullers has moved out. They have established dominance. They fell back to 4th, but now they have responded, and they've moved up almost bow to stern on Newport Seabase. That is good news for the Redwood Scullers as they come into the second 1,000, because that was getting very scary for them as Newport Seabase was challenging every stroke they took. Now, Newport Seabase still has their bow ball at the Redwood Scullers stroke seat. So they're still in contact, but the Redwood Scullers have a little bit more of a cushion now to work with as they come into the second half of the race. Semifinal number 1 of the women's U16 Cox Quad. 3 boats to the grand final. In the lead, lane 1, Los Gatos. Second place, Los Gatos B. Third place, Redwood Scullers. And chasing hard in fourth place, Newport Seabase, with the remaining crews from Capital, Oakland United, and Newport Seabase B trailing open water back. Redwood Scullers coming alive here in the third 500. They are showing a lot of endurance, and that comes from their good training as they now have an open water advantage over Newport Seabase in lane 4. So Redwood Scullers in that third critical qualifying position in the women's U16 Cox Quad semifinal number 1. They are continuing to take water away from Newport Seabase. So really, this is a great crew coming out of Redwood Scullers here in this event as they now are in contact with second place Los Gatos B. So Redwood Scullers, they're coming alive and they're chasing down the leaders now. Redwood Scullers has their bow ball on the stern deck of second place Los Gatos B.
Yeah, and let's take note, too, at how well these young crews are rowing together. So this is a national qualifying event, U16 Coxed Quad, and these athletes are rowing like they are far beyond age 16 or under, too. A lot of these athletes can be under 16. So very well rowed here to a lot of these crews, and again, it's nice to have the help of a coxswain, too, doing that steering for you. And even with a little bit of wind, it looks like these coxswains are adjusting very well. They're steering very well straight down the course as we come into the 1500. We are looking at Los Gatos in lane 1, crossing the 1500 now in first. Again, that coxswain just kind of keeping her crew calm and cool and long through the water here because they are certainly in a dominating position. This is some really nice blade work we're seeing here from this Los Gatos crew. These matching visors, I don't know, maybe adding a little bit of free speed, but you should see them coming up along the shore very shortly here. And keep an eye on this blade work. Again, really, really beautiful row here from Los Gatos.
The race we're watching here is that second and third place boat. That second place boat is Los Gatos B, but the Redwood Scholars, Whitney, was moving on them as they come into the finish line area. The question is, will Newport Seabase be able to take back any of that water from the Redwood Scholars? Newport Seabase made a very gutsy move, and it paid off for a while, but then the Redwood Scholars, they just turned on a switch and started taking all that water back, and they're still taking water. And there they are. There's lane 4. That's Newport Seabase. They have moved up a little bit, and they're trying to challenge the Redwood Scholars, but with only 400 meters to go, 300 actually at this point, it's going to come down to the sprint. So, folks, keep an eye on lanes 3 and 4. Lane 3, Redwood Scholars in third place. Lane 4, Newport Seabase in fourth place. Will that change as they come to the finish line? It's looking good for the Redwood Scholars as they continue to hold off that challenge from Newport Seabase.
You're right, and as we see Los Gatos coming in that first place position here in lane 1, we are looking at quite a race again between lane 2, Los Gatos, and Redwood Scholars again. So a sprint may not be necessary. Again, we are seeing enough of a spread here, but still an exciting race nonetheless. Redwood Scholars coming in third, Los Gatos B in lane 2 having broken away from them. Maybe putting a little bit of a sprint on here just to secure that second place spot and go for the lane. Los Gatos A, Los Gatos B in first and second, followed closely by Redwood Scholars. And Newport Seabase coming in fourth in lane 4. And we will jump over to Newport Seabase A and then Capital and Oakland United in lanes 5 and 6.
And the next semifinal already underway. The racing never stops at Lake Natoma. Semifinal number 2 of the women's U16 Cox Quad. Lane 1, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 2, Xavier Prep. Lane 3, North Bay. Lane 4, River City. Lane 5, Newport. Lane 6, Los Gatos C. And Lane 7, North Bay B. Early leader, Lane 2, Xavier Prep. They are early leader, and by open water as they approach the halfway markers, they are followed by lanes 1 and 3. That's Marina Aquatic Center and North Bay. North Bay has their hands full with River City. River City, though, down about, I want to say, 5 seats behind third place North Bay. So River City in fourth, and then back to Newport, Los Gatos, and North Bay in the trailing positions. But, wow, what a great crew here coming out of lane 2. Xavier Prep. Whitney, they're across the halfway point, and they've got open water.
Yeah, you're right about that. And if you saw on your screen or if you know this course a little bit, this is a part of the race course where it opens up just a little bit, and we are feeling a little bit of a breeze, perhaps a little bit of a headwind here. So these crews are going to have to be very conscious of leaning into the wind a little bit, sharpening up that blade work, and making sure that they hold on to the spots that they are at with some good rowing, paying attention to the rowing a little bit too, while also paying attention to where their competitors are, because this throws in another little bit of a wrench here in things when you get a little bit of a breeze. But these crews do not look too distracted by this. We are seeing some excellent racing here, and again, still looking at Xavier Prep, if my eyes do not deceive me, in lane 2 for that lead position.
Yeah, the water is getting a little cleaner as they come down the course. The real chop and exposure is down there at the starting line, as this wind now is almost a direct headwind going down the course. But Xavier Prep making it look easy. And Marina Aquatic Center in lane 1 in second place. They're all by themselves with open water behind them. To third place, North Bay. North Bay also in a comfortable position as they have almost a boat length of open water between themselves and fourth place, River City. The trailing boats continue to be lanes 5, 6, and 7, Newport A, Los Gatos C, and Newport B. This is semifinal number 2 of the women's U16 Cox Quad, now coming into the last 500 meters, with the leader, Xavier Prep, continuing to take away water from everybody. Boy, the stroke seat, Whitney, of that Xavier Prep boat, she is pulling. She not only is a great rower in terms of power, but she's leading her boat. You know those girls are watching her row hard and like they're doing everything they can to match it. So that right there is leadership in the boat, and she's driving that boat to the finish line way out in front of everybody else. Marina continues in second along the shore. Marina Aquatic Center from Marina del Rey, California. And North Bay from Petaluma, California, continues in third with a comfortable open water advantage over fourth place River City.
Yeah, that's right. Xavier Prep doing a really good job here, pushing away from lane 1 Marina as they come through the dock here. So we can see them on the shore now, coming down towards the red buoys. The last 250 meters of this race for them to try to secure that spot. Xavier Prep has had a really strong season. Again, they did well also at the Desert Sprints and are showing up today on Force, doing quite a good job here in these small boats. They've really done a great job building up their program out there. It is a private school. So again, some of these teams that you see out here are clubs and some are schools. So there is a little bit of a difference that we are seeing here. Xavier Prep is a school team, and they are doing quite a good job. Again, coming in first place here, followed very closely by Marina, and then we will look over at lane 3, North Bay. Then we will jump back to River City in lane 4. Newport in lane 5, Los Gatos in lane 6, and North Bay B in lane 7. As Xavier Prep in lane 2 crosses the line in first for that first qualifying spot. Can hear the cheers from that Xavier Prep crew, followed very closely by Marina with a strong finish there. And here we go, North Bay, stroked by Lucy Harstad in lane 3. Again, the bright green, nice clean blade work. That coxswain tapping the side of that gunnel there. She is excited they have qualified that quad for the grand final. All right, and I believe after we cross the line here, North Bay B, we will swoop back up to the starting line very quickly for the next race. That is the women's U17-4. We are hearing screams behind us. Some exciting finishes. And we are moving along quite quickly here. Let me give you some lane assignments. In lane 1, Capital. Lane 2, Newport A. Lane 3, Oakland Strokes. Lane 4, San Diego. Lane 5, Newport C. And lane 6, Zlack. And again, this is the U17-4 that is coming down the course now. I believe we are past the halfway point. We are going to get eyes on that buoy again and give you some margins. It looks like right now Capital A is your current leader, bow to stern on Newport A, who is overlapped with Oakland Strokes in lane 3, and then San Diego in lane 4, followed by Newport and Zlack in 5th and 6th.
So with the choppy water down here, Whitney, I'm noticing some of these crews using the new fat smoothies, bigger blade surface area, and it's struggling a little bit with the water, catching some of the water on that bottom edge. Those are such deep blades that you've got to adjust your technique to not tag the chop as you're coming down the course. Early leaders here. This field's getting pretty spread out, and wrong call by me. They're now approaching the halfway markers. They're not. They weren't past it yet. But lane 1, Capital Crew, in the lead by open water over Newport in lane 2, and third place Oakland in lane 3. Now these crews are pretty spread out. Their position matches their lane assignment at this point. So with 6 boats on the course, San Diego is in 4th, Newport in 5th, and Zlack Rowing Club in 6th. But it is Capital Crew, the hometown team from Lake Natoma, in the lead with open water over second place Newport and third place Oakland. 3 boats to the grand final. This is an event that goes on to Youth Nationals, and it's looking really good. I think this is probably one of Capital's better boats today coming down the course. They're looking really good here in first place.
Yeah, you're right about that. And this is a coxed 4, so there's also a straight 4. And what that means is there is no coxswain in the straight 4. But lucky for these U17 4s here, they do have a coxswain to help get them down the course in a nice straight fashion so they can put their heads down and just do their jobs. And they're doing a really fine job of it, too. These coxswains looking down the course, a little bit of wind in their face, but not too much glare on the water yet, and seem to be doing a great job keeping their crews focused, getting their blades in the water, and not letting the breeze or the wind, the currents, any of the elements, the outside elements, we'll say, really get to them, because we're seeing some really, really good rowing here. I have to say, this Capital Crew in lane 1 looks really good. Can you see these puddles? Because look at these puddles. They're pushing their blades back. Like you said, we're looking at some of the differences in the blades that we're seeing. But look at this Capital Crew.
Well, not only are they making great puddles, but they have a composure and a calmness on the recovery that's giving a maximum boat run, and that's why they keep taking more and more open water from the field. So great boat here from Capital Crew. Coxswain doing a good job steering straight down the middle of the lane. Really good work. And right now all we see is Capital Crew on the screen. That's how far ahead they are. Newport Aquatic Center and Oakland continue in that second and third place position. San Diego is chasing in fourth place, but they've got some water to make up, and that's not easy to do in a headwind that we're experiencing right now at Lake Natoma. Usually a calm body of water, but some Pacific storms coming in this weekend, and we're feeling it. But San Diego's got their work cut out if they want to move up. Oakland looking good in third, Newport in second, and it's all about Capital Crew right now in semifinal number 1 of the women's U17 Coxed 4.
And as we come into the last 250 with Capital A, not that much has changed. We are still looking at Capital A as our current leader. And then we will jump back to Newport in lane 2, Oakland in lane 3, And then back, there's another boat race going on with San Diego in lane 4 and Newport C still overlapping. And then Zlack in lane 6. So Capital really making a statement here for that first qualifying spot in the U17 Cox 4. So here we go. They're starting to bring the rate up just a little bit. Matching hats there. Again, just making a little bit of a statement here. I'm sure not showing all of their cards. We will see those in the grand final. Rowing at about a 39. And here comes Newport and Oakland in second and third. And a little boat race here happening between San Diego and Newport in lanes 4 and 5. So nice race here. San Diego edging out Newport by about a deck, and then we will have Zlack coming into the last 250 here to finish off semifinal 1.
And the next race is underway, ladies and gentlemen. Semifinal number 2 of the women's U17 Coxed 4s. Now underway, approaching 500 meters. Lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 3, Newport B. Lane 4, NorCal. Lane 5, Capital B. And Lane 6, Marina Aquatic Center B. Early leader are lanes 1 and 2, Marin and Marina Aquatic Center. They have broken away from the rest of the field and have established a side-by-side race between themselves. And in the process of doing so, they've taken away lots of open water from everyone else. So Marina in second, Marin in first, both boats in contact. They have open water between themselves. And third place, Newport B. Behind Newport B, we have NorCal, followed by Capital B and Marina Aquatic Center B. So a lot of B boats here. I'll try to keep it straight for you. Some of these athletes racing in multiple events this weekend. So if they're in a position to do well, you'll see them go for it. If not, their coach may have told them, well, dial back and save it for your next event. Now, at the halfway markers, continues to be Newport B in lane 3 in that third place position, but hot on their heels at a higher stroke rate is NorCal in lane 4. NorCal in lane 4 has their bow ball on the stern deck of Newport B. So that is the race to watch between lanes 3 and 4. Capital B and Marina Aquatic Center B are trailing and not in contention at this point to go to the grand final. Will NorCal be able to pull in lane 3 and third place boat, NorCal B? Whitney, we'll keep an eye on that here as we now come into the third 500. Well, I was just commenting here to my co-announcer, Whitney, how the stroke seat of the Newport B boat is rowing a really beautiful long stroke, longer than the NorCal boat. And just as we said that, the NorCal boat, or the Newport boat, appeared to take a focus 10 on length, and they just took water away from NorCal. So Newport B solidly in third place here in semifinal number 2 of the women's U17 Cox 4s. And Whitney, I don't know at this point if they can be touched. They're just looking very strong and long.
Yeah, that's really true. And we are getting quite a nice view of this Newport B boat, too. They're really calm, collected, and cool here, just kind of moving through each part of the stroke, patience. And as a coxswain, I really have a lot of respect for that. That's something that I always try to get my crews to do as well. So this coxswain seems to be doing quite a good job here, keeping her crews very, very long, patient, letting them do each part of the stroke without rushing to the next. And that's really serving them here because they are still in that qualifying spot in third. So if we look up towards our leaders here, we are still looking at Marin and Marina Aquatic Center in lanes 1 and 2. Marin with open water, about a length open water lead in that bucket rig boat there, also looking quite long. Very good connections, if I do say so myself, for this Marin boat. They are not spending a lot of time in that change of direction on the front end, and that is really serving them here because as we see them perhaps bring the rate up just a little bit, again, this is just with my eye here. I don't have my finger on the clock here. But we are bringing the rate up just a teeny bit, perhaps, in that bucket rig and just staying very, very long in that Marin boat. Really not taking a lot of time in that change of direction. That's really working for them here.
And, just a little comment about the bucket rig. When you're in a sweep boat in a bucket rig, you don't have as much room or clearance. You have a blade right behind you, right in front of you. So your technique and timing has to be even more perfect. It's easier to catch a crab or have a mix-up in a boat like that. I'm certainly not wishing that on anybody, of course, but it takes a certain level of skill to row a bucket well, and Marin's doing that. So good job to them. They're coming across the line first, Marina in second, and still in third, Newport B, as we wrap up semifinal number 2 of the women's U17 Coxed 4s.
All right, and we have another race underway, the women's youth single. This is a very exciting event, of course, a nationals qualifier, and we are bound to see some incredible athletes coming down the course here. Let me give you some lanes. In lane 1, Redwood Scullers. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers. Lane 3, Row LA. Lane 4, Tempe Juniors. Lane 5, California Yacht Club. Lane 6, Newport Seabase, and Lane 7, Tempe Juniors. And it is no surprise here that we are looking at lanes 1, 2, and 3 in those top spots. Again, we are trying to get some better eyes on that, but it is no surprise we are seeing some very familiar names here in these boats here. Lane 1 in Redwood Scullers is Olivia Petrie, and she has won Head of the Charles. She has won Nationals. She is a name that you will likely be familiar with and likely see again. So Olivia in Lane 1, walking away from the field as of now, and then we will jump over to Lane 3, Row LA, Lucy Demmer. And then not far behind, just a teeny bit, not even a length of open water, is going to be Lane 2, Redwood Scullers with Sidra Sanders. So right now it is 1, 3, and 2 that are your current leaders.
Big shout out here, Whitney, to Row LA, a smaller focus program for girls in the LA area. And here's their scholar looking great, just right behind Olivia Petrie from Redwood Scholars, doing a great job. So big shout out to Row LA, and hopefully the program keeps on going and serving the youth of the area down there. But I just wanted to give that call out here as we watch this race come down the course.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you said that. They have oftentimes Olympians as coaches. They have some very high-profile coaching that goes on down there. And they have a very specific type of program where they move people up, they move their athletes up through the program when they are actually ready as a whole person, not just by an erg score, not just by any physical ability, but when they are actually ready to move up through the program is when they move them up. So these athletes are actually moving up much stronger as a whole person and a whole athlete and a whole student, rather than just being good at one thing and ignoring the rest. So it's a really incredible program that they're building down there.
Well, it's showing clearly on the water. At the halfway markers now, the lead and the top three boats remain the same. Redwood Scholars, Row LA in second, and Redwood Scholars B in third place. Three boats going on to the grand final. Going back to the remaining boats, we have Tempe Junior Crew in lane 4, and then across to California Yacht Club, Newport Sea Base, and Tempe Junior Crew B in lane 7. So all lanes full, and as you look across the lanes, the boats are a little bit more spread out and behind the leaders up front. So super job here by Olivia Petrie of Redwood Scholars, adding another good race. A little bobble right there. She hit some wind patch. All the rowers got to watch out for that. It's hitting all of them right about now as it sweeps over the dam. But they're handling it well. These are not easy boats to row, but they're making it look easy as we come into the last 300 meters.
And coming into the last 250 meters or so, it is looking like lanes 1, again, Redwood Scholars. Then Row LA in lane 3, Redwood Scholars in lane 2. Lane 4, Tempe Junior Crew. Lane 5, California Yacht Club. And then quite a toss-up between Newport Sea Base and Tempe Junior Crew in lanes 6 and 7. But here we go, crossing the line now. Lucy Demmer from Row LA, followed by Redwood Scholars, Sidra Sanders. And those will be your top 3 qualifying spots moving on to the grand final. And again, barring no disasters, it is looking like Tempe Junior Crew in lane 4, followed by CYC in lane 5, and then very close together in 6 and 7, Newport Sea Base and Tempe Junior Crew. Yeah, and down to the bitter end, quite a good race there between Newport Sea Base and Tempe Junior Crew. I'm going to give the advantage to Newport Sea Base. But again, go to time-team.com to make sure to get all of the official results. And before we can even blink, we are moved on to our next race. Semifinal 2 of the women's youth single. In lane 1, California Yacht Club. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, Tempe. Lane 4, North Bay. Lane 5, Long Beach. Lane 6, Redwood Scullers. And lane 7, Lake Las Vegas.
And the leaders are lanes 1, 2, and 4. Cal Yacht Club in the lead, matching them almost bow ball to bow ball is lane 2, Newport. And then lane 4, North Bay. That's Lucy Campbell from North Bay, hailing from Petaluma, California, in that third qualifying position as these crews now pass the 1,500-meter line. So the referees are really pushing these races because they want their lunch. And then we're going to take about a 45-minute break and we'll be back. But again, the leaders, the top 3 scullers for this semifinal number 2 of the women's youth single are California Yacht Club, Marin Bruce. Lane 2, Newport Aquatic Center, Sydney Chait Walter. And lane 4, Lucy Campbell from North Bay. The trailing boats are going to be Tempe Junior Crew, Long Beach Junior Crew, the B boat from Redwood Scullers, and Lake Las Vegas Rowing Club from Nevada, down there, Las Vegas. So great to see them on the water here coming up and racing. Field's very spread out. It's very spread out. Cal Yacht Club doing a great job, and Newport Aquatic Center lane 2 matching that pace. We'll see, Whitney, if one overtakes the other as we come into the last 200 meters.
Yeah, you're right about that, too. And again, I'm going off of memory off this one because I just remembered this. But I believe that we have actually seen some of these women out at some summer racing like Row Fest that we saw out in Oklahoma City this summer. I want to say Eliza Barton, Lucy Campbell, Olivia Petrie. I believe we saw some of them rowing this summer. So a lot of these athletes take their rowing pretty seriously year round and are not just doing this during the school year, but are actually trying to take it somewhere and really just keep racing throughout the year, which is really great and clearly serving them well because they've taken so many strokes in these small boats that it's really showing. So we're seeing some excellent racing here by California Yacht Club in lane 1, followed by Newport in lane 2.
And Newport looking very relaxed.
Yeah, you are right about that. Absolutely. Making this look easy, which we know that it is anything but. So very well done here. We will jump over to lane 3. Then that is Tempe Junior Crew, Bridget Hansen. That is lane 4. Sorry, I looked down for one moment. Lane 4, North Bay, Lucy Campbell in 3rd place. Now we have lane 3, Tempe Junior Crew, coming in with the bright pink hat and green shell.
And
then we will go lane 6. That is Redwood Scullers. And then lane 5, Long Beach. And then lane 7, Lake Las Vegas.
And ladies and gentlemen, as these scullers complete the morning's racing as they come across the line, we will then be taking about a 45-minute lunch break and returning in the afternoon with more semifinals where crews will be racing to qualify for grand finals tomorrow.
All right, and welcome back to part 2 of day 2. We have alignment on the U17 men's 8. We will give you some lineups here. In lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, Oakland. Lane 4, Sarah. And lane 5, NorCal. And we are off to the races. And Bob, I don't know if we have talked too much about starts quite yet. So we will get there, I'm sure, at some point because these races are starting so quickly. But I have to say, some pretty clean starts here with the men's U17 8. So again, this is ages 17 or under. And right now we have all 5 boats still in contact with one another, with Newport in lane 2 as our current leader. And then we will go lanes 1, 3, and 5 vying for that second place spot, but I'm going to give the edge to lane 3, Oakland. And then in third place, Marin, but not by much here. This is actually turning out to be pretty exciting, again, in just under 1 minute of this race.
Well, yes, Whitney, starts are critical, but they don't win a race, but they can help a race, is how they put it. So in this case, in a headwind, do you want to extend your start a little deeper into the headwind so that the crew gets an advantage over the other boats? And we see that right here. The crews in the outside lanes came off their start a little bit sooner. The crews in lanes 1 to 3 kept going a little bit stronger and longer. Now they have open water separation. So there is a strategy to the start based on the conditions, based on the temperature, based on the headwind, based on a river current sometimes. So here the leaders are lanes 1, 2, and 3. It's lane 2 out in front, Newport, followed by a dead-even race between Oakland and Marin for that second and third place position at 500 meters in. In fourth place, we go back to the 2 trailing teams from NorCal and Junipero Serra High School, but they're already a full boat length of open water back from these 3 leaders. So with 3 going on to the grand final, it's already looking comfortable for Newport, Oakland, and Marin as we are just past 500.
Yeah, you were right. And we watched these 3 boats, Newport, Oakland, and Marin, crossing the 500 with about 1:39 on the clock. So we would expect about a minute and a half, very, very roughly, for a pretty quick 8 to cross the 500. So 1:39 perhaps just shows us that there is a little bit of a wind going on there because these are some pretty quick crews for U17 8s. So we are on pace to do some pretty quick racing here, even in a semifinal. So again, this is one of 2. Top 3 boats will move on to the Grands. And again, right now, as we've said before, not much has changed quite yet. Newport, Marin now, and Oakland. But I'm looking at Marin in lane 1 here, starting to make quite a charge. And we will get some rates here for you. We are getting some numbers for you as we speak.
Well, Newport at a 37 still. That's 37 strokes per minute. Marin more comfortably at a 33.5, 34 strokes per minute, but they're matching the speed of Newport. So Newport, we've seen that today in some of their other boats. They've had the higher rates compared to Marin, but Marin at a lower rate, pulling them in and matching their speed. Now the third place boat, Oakland, they're right about in the middle. Oakland has a bucket rig. Now that's another interesting thing. That's making it a little bit tighter there between 7 and 6 in their stroke rate, but they're rowing cleanly. Their rate is about the same as Newport's, but they're not matching the speed of Marin. So Marin now just behind Newport, Newport in first, Marin in second, and Oakland still in third. It's a very comfortable race call. The 2 trailing teams from NorCal and Serra High School off the pace by open water in semifinal number 1 of the men's U17 8s. Now, at this point, folks, with these crews so easily establishing themselves as the 3 qualifying boats, there's no need to really expend more energy than you need to. The big race is for tomorrow to see who qualifies for nationals. And Marin has pulled even now, or almost pulled even with Newport. But, again, these 3 boats haven't changed places too much. They're just pacing one another coming down the course. Marin is taking the lead away from Newport, but it doesn't really matter at this point. They're still looking to go on to the grand final. So as they come into the last 500 meters here, it is Marin, then Newport, then Oakland, and then back to NorCal and Sarah High School.
Yeah, that's right. And as we cross the 1500, Marin is looking very calm, very relaxed here, very long through the water. Newport having to kind of stay on their heels a little bit. But again, as we've said many times before, we are not going to see all of the cards that they are still holding close to their chest for that grand final. So they will be expending just enough to get into the final here. And again, I think all three of these crews can comfortably say right now that they are in that position. Again, you never want to say it's over until it's over. So hopefully those coxswains are still keeping their heads in the game, which it looks like they are. But it looks like right now it is still Newport, Marin, and Oakland. So looking really good as we come down the shore here. You can see these 3-8s battling it out just a little bit. Again, we see the next race happening behind them. That is Sarah and NorCal crew, also quite close together, neck and neck. So pretty exciting race happening for 4th and 5th. And unfortunately, since only 3 move on, the last 2 will be squeezed out of the grand final. But they are racing quite well neck and neck nonetheless.
And they both come from the same body of water, the port of Redwood City. So still a race between them nonetheless as they bring it down to the line here at the Southwest Championships. Men's U17 eights, semi number 1 now finishing. Marin, Newport, and the Oakland Strokes.
Yeah, that's right. Newport throwing in quite a sprint there. Looks like they wanted to just give it a little bit of oomph at the end for that, for those final few strokes there, even though they were already in that second qualifying position and should get a decent lane with that. Again, we'll look at times after the second semifinal, but very well done to Newport, Marin, and Oakland. And here comes the final race, Sarah and NorCal. Good finish here from Sarah in lane 4, followed bow to stern with NorCal crew in lane 5. And we will go up quickly to the starting line for semifinal 2 of the men's U17 8 in just a moment. And here we go already with such a quick start of the semifinal 2 of the men's U17 8. In lane 1, Los Gatos. Lane 2, San Diego. Lane 3, Pacific. Lane 4, Marina. Lane 5, Capital. And lane 6, St. Ignatius. And we are off the line about 45 seconds now. It looks like we had a couple steering corrections in lanes 5 and 6, but we are back in the center with no problems at all. All boats still connected, and it's hard to even tell who is in first. We have at least 3 boats across. Los Gatos, Pacific, and Marina trailed very, very closely, and I mean by a bow deck at most, by San Diego in lane 2. And then on the outside, Capital and St. Ignatius in the trailing positions, but not by much. We're going to get some numbers here for you because we have about 4 boats, bow ball to bow ball. Los Gatos, San Diego, Pacific, and Marina all in those first place position. So we will see how this starts to shake out as we start to get into the meat of this race.
Well, the leader, Whitney, Los Gatos in lane 1, they're at 34. Lane 3, Pacific in third place at a 36. So again, the leading boat doesn't necessarily have the highest stroke rate. Los Gatos is longer, stronger, a lower rate, and they're simply out-pulling, out-torquing Pacific in third. In second, it is San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego in lane 2. So the top 3 lanes are your top 3 boats right now. And in fourth place, in lane 4, Marina Aquatic Center, they're down bow to stern from Pacific in fourth place. So Marina is still barely in contact with Pacific. If they move up, they could take third place away. But Pacific's looking strong here and holding them off as we come into the second 500. The 2 trailing boats from Capital and St. Ignatius are further back, not in a point where they can overtake any of these crews right now. But San Diego Rowing Club in lane 2 is really giving Los Gatos a run for their money. So if I was the Los Gatos coach, I'd really watch out for the San Diego boat because they're matching the speed of Los Gatos right now.
Yeah, you are right about that. And you pointed out something very astutely here in the Los Gatos crew in lane 1, because what they're doing right here that is so effective for them is they're letting the boat run underneath them on the recovery. So they're getting their hands away first, getting their bodies over, and they're allowing the shell to actually do some work underneath their feet, letting the boat move forward and run, as you've said, and that is so effective for them. So they're not just pushing harder, but they're also letting the boat do the work on the recovery, whereas a lot of crews will rush up and send 9 bodies, really 8 bodies worth of weight back to that stern, which stops the boat again. Los Gatos is doing a really great job of not doing that.
I couldn't agree more. Their ratio at the halfway point here is giving them a 8-seat advantage now over San Diego Rowing Club. So for the men's U17-8 semifinal number 2, Los Gatos in first by 8 seats over San Diego. San Diego, half a boat length open water over third place Pacific. Pacific with open water over fourth place Marina Aquatic Center. And then back to the final 2 teams from Capital and St. Ignatius here in semi number 2 of the men's U17-8s. Los Gatos is being consistent. They're not rushing. They're not changing their stroke rate. They're just letting it work for them. And they're holding off everybody with, as you said, Whitney, that great ratio and a very controlled stroke rate. And you can see that their catches are outside of their puddles, so they're really getting good boat run on every stroke.
Exactly. They are so long from catch to finish, and that change of direction we're talking about is on the front end. So when the blades enter the water, that's what creates the puddles that we are actually talking about. And they're doing such a great job just pushing those back and then taking their time, doing one thing at a time, coming back up to that catch position. So very patient, I would say. This looks like a boat that is more than a U17-8. It's a very mature row here that we are seeing from Los Gatos.
Yep, Los Gatos on the rise for sure. Good coaching going on down in that program across the board. San Diego also on the rise. They've been getting faster over the years, and here we are in second place here in the semi, and they're looking strong as well. In that third place position, Pacific also looking good, still holding off fourth place Marina. When we pull the camera back and take a look, Pacific just not able to match the speed of San Diego. And then the last 2 boats, Capital and SI, almost bow ball to bow ball, fighting it out for the last 2 positions here in the semifinal number 2. All right, here comes the finish for men's U17-8 semi number 2. Nothing's really changed. Los Gatos in front, a little bit more open water. San Diego in second, Pacific in third, Marina fourth, followed by an even race between Capital and SI. Give a shout out to your crew here as they come to the line. These top 3 boats will meet again tomorrow in the grand finals. These are the men's U17-8s now finishing.
And here we go. Looks like Los Gatos and San Diego both at about a 37-38, just securing their places in first and second. Very strong finish by Los Gatos here in lane 1, followed by San Diego in lane 2, trying to make a little bit of a run for them at the end at about a 38. And here comes Pacific in lane 3. Got a well-executed row that will secure them a spot in the grand final. Of course, unofficially, make sure you go to time-team.com to get all of those official results. And here comes Marina. Unfortunately, just out of the running here, but an excellent row nonetheless. A strong finish for Marina, who's had a little bit of a disruptive season. So it's great to see them out here again, so close to that grand final. And then we will welcome back Capital and St. Ignatius. Strong finishes by both of those crews. And with these two semifinals that we saw today, will surely bring some very exciting grand finals tomorrow. I cannot wait to see what some of these crews have in store for us. So before we get there, we have to go back up to the starting line again. These referees are keeping us on our toes. We have already started the men's youth pair semifinal 1 of 2. And off to a quick start here. Lane 1 is Capital. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, Oakland B. Lane 4, Oakland A. Lane 5, Capital B. And it looks like right now Newport is your current leader, followed by Capital, Oakland A, and Oakland B. And then trailing, bow to stern, not by much, is Capital B.
Now, Whitney, this is one of my favorite races to call, not because it's easy, but because it's difficult. A pair, for those of you new to rowing, is the hardest boat to row and steer because you only have 2 rowers, one on port, one on starboard, oftentimes with no steering mechanism, so you have to steer with power on the oars. And you can see some pretty crazy racing in pairs where they almost collide with each other. It's so difficult to steer. This is going pretty well. Now, the lead boat, Newport, they have come off the starting line and they extended their start. I noticed that. They didn't take the usual start in 20. They went further, and it's given them an open water advantage now over second place Capital in lane number 1. We then go to Oakland Strokes B and A. They're in the lanes 3 and 4. They are both fighting each other to try to pull in Capital and get that either second or third qualifying spot. But everybody is chasing Newport. Newport is a rocket through the water right now, just walking away with this semifinal in the men's pair. The Oakland boat's having a little bit of a steering issue here, getting closer to one another, blades over the buoy line. That's a no-no in racing. You want to keep your blades inside your buoy line so that you don't have any penalties assessed to you. So the Oakland boats are kind of going back and forth, back and forth. The other crews are rowing a much straighter line, Whitney. And as we know, sometimes it comes down to those little details at the finish line.
Oh, it oftentimes does. And you know what? We didn't discuss this before, but the pair is also one of my favorite events to watch. It is so difficult, as you said, and I will die on this hill, but I think a bow seat of a pair is one of the most difficult seats to row of any boat class. So I will give a lot of credit to these bow seats, especially they have to steer, also match up with their stroke seat. It's a very difficult boat to row, oftentimes used for selections for other bigger boats as well. So oftentimes the athletes that move a pair well can move other boats very well as well. And they are oftentimes also used for training in the fall. Again, for that exact reason, to make the bigger boats, the 4s, the 8s, move a little bit better. So you really can't hide in a pair, and we are definitely seeing that here as some of these boats we have seen, the Oakland A and Lane 4, make a few little steering corrections here and there, which is kind of to be expected. It's very difficult to steer these boats straight.
Well, Oakland A doing a better job steering now, and they've moved out into third place over their B boat in lane number 3. So it's now Newport, Capital, and then Oakland A. Those are your 3 pairs here. And by the way, when I was racing pairs, I rode bow seat, so I know how hard the steering is. If you get good at it, it's awesome. Otherwise, it's torture. But Oakland A here doing a better job now on their course, and it's yielding results. They haven't shaken their brother boat in the lane 3 next to them yet, but they are ahead of them into that third qualifying position. Capital at the halfway point, look at them. They're doing a beautiful job in lane 1, holding a straight course, but no one's able to catch Newport here. Newport is walking away with this semifinal.
That's right. And just as you said that, we saw Oakland A, again in lane 4, just bumping up against their starboard buoy line there. So, and sometimes in rowing, we call that lovingly bumper bowling. So hopefully they will get back to the center of their lane again, just minorly there. It's nothing too bad, but it is very difficult to steer these boats, and they look like they're doing a fine job getting back in the center lane. But you are right that it is Newport right now, again, stroked by Augustine Frejo, just doing a phenomenal job here again. So I think it is safe to say, again, barring no disasters, that they are pretty confidently in that first place. So, again, we are watching some steering action happening in lanes 3 and 4. Again, what are we seeing here, Bob?
These are the 2 Oakland boats. They've been doing this all the way down the course. They want to get close to one another, then they want to get away from each other, kind of like brothers sometimes.
That's right.
But they're putting on a great race for each other. It's still the Oakland A boat in third place by 2 seats over the Oakland B boat. It's going to come down to their steering, and they've got to stay in their lane. They've got to stay within the buoy lines as they steer this boat down the course. The problem is that B boat is now steering a little bit better than the A boat and keeps challenging them. So 500 meters to go. It all comes down to steering and staying in your lane. Newport way out in front. Capital way out in front in second. Everybody's chasing them.
Well, I don't know about you, but I love a little drama on the high seas here. This makes racing pretty exciting here with the Oakland A and Oakland B going back and forth. Exactly. Bow ball to bow ball. It is pretty exciting back here. So you are right. Yes, we will see who prevails here between the 2 Oakland boats.
Yeah, and now it's a move by the Oakland B boat in lane 3. They've pulled even with their A boat. They're steering a better course. They took a 10. They pulled even, and now the Oakland A boat, now rowing in the other lane, is responding. So the Oakland A boat has more horsepower, but they just aren't having the steering that their B boat has. The B boat, by steering better, is able to catch water from the A boat. This is getting kind of crazier as we come down here. The Oakland A boat and B boat have now moved into completely separate lanes relative to each other, but they're not interfering with anybody else, so the referees are allowing it as we come into the last 300 meters. And now they're steering back towards each other. So
it's almost like they're taunting each other.
Oh, boy. This, as long as they don't hit each other, that's the main thing. And here we go, folks. This is going to be a race for third place between rowers from the same program. Oakland A, Oakland B boat, bow ball to bow ball almost, with 200 meters to go. Newport in the lead, Capital in second, and then who's it going to be from the Oakland team, the A boat or B boat, going to the grand final?
You are right about this. Both blades from both boats, lanes 3 and 4, getting awfully close to each other, one on the port side, one on the starboard side, and it's almost like they're coming in to buzz the tower just to see who is going to give first. This is a battle of wills between Oakland, as we are looking at Newport in first, followed by Capital. And let's give it 5 strokes or so, but right now it is looking like lane 4, Oakland A, but we've seen changes happen within strokes here.
It's looking like Oakland A, but it might.
Oh my gosh, I don't even know
finish.
If I can tell. Photo finish there between those 2.
Wow. Photo finish, and I doubt they're going to protest each other. They're all brothers, right, from the same team, but that was a pretty good example of how difficult this boat can be while racing. The steering was not easy.
And we have a start of semifinal 2 of the men's pair. This is a 4-boat race. In lane 1, Pacific. Lane 2, Marin. Lane 3, Marina. And lane 4, Capital C. And right now our current leader is Pacific in lane 1, followed by what looks like lane 4 here, if my eyes are not deceiving me. We have a lane 4 and lane 2, very, very tight race going on here. That is Marin and Capital, and then Marina in the center in lane 3. But right now, again, our current leader is Pacific in lane 1 by about 2.5 boat lengths.
Pacific coming off the start very aggressively, Whitney, and they've now established a 3 to 4 boat length open water advantage. So Pacific in first with a very comfortable open water advantage. They're at 33 to 34 strokes per minute right now, having just crossed 500 meters. Looks like they just dropped it a little bit more. You can see them stretching out, reaching out, lowering the rate, and just going to work from the middle 1,000. So they're looking real good, real comfortable. In second place, it is going to be Marin in lane 2, and then outside to Capital C in lane 4 in that third place position. The trailing boat, and this is the tough one, it's only a 4-boat race, so one boat doesn't make it to the final. Right now, that looks to be Marina Aquatic Center. All the boats are actually, the steering in this race, Whitney, is better than the last race. I'm seeing good steering, but just big differences in boat speed among the boats. Pacific now has dropped their stroke rate by 1 down to 32, and it's working beautifully for them. That stroke seat really hanging, a lot of good suspension on the handle along with bow seat, and they're just driving their boat down the course. They keep taking water away from the other pairs. It continues to be Marin in second and the C boat from Capital in third. 3 boats to the grand final. And this is an event that goes to Youth Nationals in Sarasota, Florida. So, top 3 boats, we'll come back later with a call. But right now, the top 3 are Pacific, Marin, and Capital C.
Yeah, you know, I was watching this Pacific pair row here, and it was really impressive. They actually have a very, very strong second half of their stroke. So very strong. They're placing the blades. They're getting their blade through the water in the first half, but their second half is really, really strong. They're really sending the shell there. Now, you said that you've rowed a pair quite a bit. Did you have any preference when you were racing? Some crews tend to have a little bit of a stronger second half. Some choose a little bit more of a front-end focus. What do you think about the pair? Was there any difference in the top end versus the second half where all the strength and the power goes?
It totally depends on the rowers. Are they lightweight? Are they heavyweight? Are you a high stroke racing crew? Do you prefer a lower rate? I don't mind a strong second half as long as you're not slugging the release and checking the boat down. So if it works, it works. The key is to be smooth about it and turn the blade around without disturbing the boat. And Pacific is doing that well. As you can see, they're coming into the tent area here, and they continue to have an open water advantage over everybody else. Marin and Capital still in second and third, but it's way up to the front, and Pacific is all by themselves way out there. So good race here for the Pacific kids from Lake Merced in San Francisco, California. And the trailing boat continues to be Marina. Here comes the finish for semifinal number 2 for the men's youth pairs, and it's all about Pacific Rowing Club.
And without further ado, we go back up to the starting line for the women's U17 single. Lane 1, Utah. Lane 2, Channel Islands. Lane 3, River City. Lane 4, River City. And lane 5, Delta Sculling Center. And we will likely see a lot of familiar names in these women's singles here. I know I certainly recognize a few that I will be keeping an eye on. And one of them is in first right now, Utah's Audrey Goodworth, who is very close to Channel Islands in lane 2, Mira Stouch, who is also not too far ahead of River City's Hannah Applebaum. So those are your top 3 leaders right now. Utah in lane 1, Channel Islands in lane 2, and River City in lane 3, all overlapped.
Now, Whitney, interesting thing here for the sculler from Channel Islands in lane 2. And you can see here she's almost in first place. She's only been rowing 8 months after suffering an ACL injury in her previous sport. So she found rowing, and that's allowed her to continue. And this is her first race ever in a single, and look at what she's doing. That is fantastic, coming out of Channel Islands Rowing Club in Southern California near Oxnard.
Yeah, that's right. The U17 single here again from Utah is also coming back from an injury. So a lot of injuries coming back into these sculling boats and doing such a great job. They've had a little bit of a coaching change this year out in Utah. And again, they row on that lake that is only about 1,600 meters long. So lots of turning around. So they've had some great success, though. Utah, again, we always love to give a shout out to their brine shrimp sprints that they host not long after this regatta, which is very fun. So a little shout out to Utah's regatta there. But she's doing a great job here, Audrey Goodworth in lane 1, but it's looking like River City almost edging out here Channel Islands, Mira Stouch in lane 2. So again, these two from our angle could be a little bit deceiving here, but these two going bow ball to bow ball right now. This is pretty exciting here for second and third.
Yeah, big shout out to both these young women, the young women from Channel Islands and River City. River City in lane 3 rowing a very clean race. That's Hannah Applebaum. She's just rowing beautifully now, and she's slowly overtaking the Channel Islands rower, but it's still a lot of water left in the race. And again, this Channel Islands sculler is still in a very good position to go on to the grand final, and she's fighting back right now. River City took water, and now she's coming back and trying to take that water back. So I expect this race to come all the way down to the finish line between Channel Islands and River City, and the boat from Utah continues to be way out in front. And haven't we seen a lot of good sculling boats from Utah?
Oh, boy, have we ever. Yes, Utah has done a phenomenal job, again, bringing their small boats. I would love to see an 8 from them one day. I know they have a difficult waterway, but they are doing a great job building up their program. It's only one of 3 teams out in Utah now, so Utah is sort of a growing region. So doing a really great job here. Audrey Goodworth out there in lane 1, being chased a little bit here by Hannah Applebaum from River City in lane 3, doing a great job. And Mira Stouch in lane 2. I cannot believe this is her first race in a single. She has stayed dead center of this lane the entire time. She looks great, and she's hanging with 2 very solid athletes on either side of her. She's really doing a great job.
And we've seen this so many times before, where athletes get injured in another sport, and then they find rowing. And
we love those athletes.
Oh, we love those.
We'll take all of them.
Yes.
Ball sports, injuries, we want them all.
And they find out how great rowing is. So, yeah, the young lady, Mira Stouch from Channel Islands, still in contact with the second-place River City boat. So these 3 girls from Utah, River City, Channel Islands, all in a good position to go on to the grand final. We're just now passing the halfway markers. The other River City boat on the course rowing well, just further back off the pack by about 50 meters of open water. And it appears that lane 5 is empty. We don't see a boat from Delta Sculling Center, but we will double check that. So again, good race going on here. Top 3 boats remain unchanged as we are now at 750. We'll give you the next call right after 1,500 meters. And the women's U17 singles semifinal number 1. Top 3 boats are now past 1,500 meters. That means they're coming into view. It remains the same placing. Out in front, Utah, followed by River City, and then Channel Islands Rowing Club. The second River City boat still rowing cleanly, just not matching the pace of the top 3 boats as we come into the last 300 meters. These are the women's U17 singles semifinal number 1. 3 boats go on to the grand final.
And here we go with Audrey Goodworth from Utah coming down the chute in first. Followed very closely again by lane 3, River City's Hannah Applebaum. And then lane 2, Channel Islands, Mira Stouch. Again, incredible that this is her first race. Good, beautiful finish here by Utah's Audrey Goodworth. And what a passionate crowd, too, on the beach. It's so great to see that energy. And there we go, lane 3, River City, and lane 2, Channel Islands. All 3 will be moving on to the grand final, and we will see them all tomorrow. And River City in lane 4 will be rounding out our field here. Unfortunately, not quite making it to the grand final, but executing a great race nonetheless. As the sun comes out and the wind dies down just a little bit, we will wait for River City to cross the line here and go right back up to the starting line for semifinal 2.
Now underway, the second semifinal for the women's U17 single. Only 4 boats on the course. In lane 1, Santa Barbara Community Rowing, one of the newer, smaller programs in the Southwest region. Lane 2, North Bay. Lane 3, Berkeley High School. And lane 4, River City. All boats are now past 500 meters, approaching 750. And lane 1 with an easy lead, Santa Barbara Community Rowing, with about almost a boat length of open water over lane 2, North Bay. North Bay in second place. But then a good race going on between Berkeley High School in lane 3 and River City in lane 4. Now, Berkeley in lane 3 has the advantage, a bow to stern advantage, and a better steering course right now. And River City, though, is catching up with Berkeley High School, and this may turn into the race to watch as we come into the last 1,000 meters. Berkeley still holding on to that third-place position, but River City is chasing hard as these scholars now approach 1,000 meters. But again, the early leader way out in front, Santa Barbara Community Rowing, as semifinal number 2 of the women's U17s hit the halfway markers.
Yeah, that's right. And we can see Berkeley High's Hope Jocelyn Gromstorff here trying to stay just ahead of River City's Lillian Mills. She's rowing at about a 30, but you can see on our screen, you can't quite see it from the shore yet, but she keeps peeking over at River City in lane 4, just making sure that she can stay ahead of her, and then looking back just to, again, make sure that she knows exactly where she is on the course with North Bay and Santa Barbara, who are right now boat lengths ahead in a league of their own here. So in first, again, Santa Barbara. In second, North Bay, and in third, Berkeley High School, with River City still trying to squeeze her way back into one of those top 3 spots. But we will see if that happens again. We have quite a bit of this race left. And again, just to reiterate how difficult these small boats are, if you don't know, it's kind of like doing 200 deadlifts over and over and over again. So in an 8, in a single, it will even be more than that. So every single time these athletes put the blades in the water and have to propel themselves forward, it's like doing a complete deadlift over and over again. So it's so incredible to see them out here. Again, these U17 athletes looking like such seasoned rowers out here on the water.
Well, absolutely, Whitney. And not only is the boat hard to row and balance, but the race takes longer than an 8 or longer than a 4. So these rowers, even though they may race in those other events, they get in the singles here, and instead of it being a 7-minute race, it might be an 8-minute race, 8.5 minutes. So they have to have that stamina to go an additional minute and a half. That may not seem like much to most people, but if you know the sport and you're already at your point of lactic acid threshold and you're dying, that's a lot of extra time to be pushing. So Berkeley High School here doing a super job. She continues to hold on to that third-place position behind the 2 leaders from Santa Barbara and North Bay. So the women's U17 single now approaching 1,500 meters. All these women under the age of 17. They are the future U19 stars in the sculling world, and they're doing a beautiful job. And the good news, Whitney, here is the wind has calmed down. It was quite breezy and cold earlier, but suddenly Lake Natoma is feeling normal again, warm and calm. So I know the scullers have to be loving that.
Absolutely. There is a reason that this is considered one of the absolute best premier courses in the country, not just in California, but in the country. We've held some very, very high-level races here, and it is clear to see why, because this is what is characteristic of Natoma. So it's wonderful that the skies just calm down a little bit. The water gets flat again right as these athletes are about to finish what is turning out to be a phenomenal race.
Okay, folks, give a shout out for your sculler here. Here comes the finish of the second semifinal of the women's U17 single. It's all about Santa Barbara Community Rowing. Look at that lead, followed by North Bay and then Berkeley High School. Berkeley with the bright yellow blades and the red B normally. I can't see if they have that this time, but I think they do. And they're coming to the line in great form, followed by 4th place, River City. But, wow, what a great finish for Santa Barbara down along the coast where all the Hollywood people live. I love it. And now underway, next event, men's youth quads. These are the men's youth quads, semifinal number 1. In lane 1, Los Gatos. Lane 2, Long Beach. Lane 3, Redwood Scullers. Lane 4, Berkeley High School. Lane 5, Marin. Lane 6, Brophy School from Arizona. And in lane 7, Lake Casitas. All boats now underway. These are the men's youth quads. These are the fastest quads from each program. And we'll give you that next update right at 500 meters. And we're at 500 meters. And the leader way out in front is Los Gatos. That is not a surprise. They have had one of the top quads all year. And they are leading by 2 boat lengths of open water, Whitney, over second place Long Beach Crew. And in third place, Redwood Scullers. Redwood Scullers, though, has their hands full with Marin in lane 5. So Marin is down only about 1 seat from Redwood Scullers, challenging them for that third qualifying position to go on to the grand final. So again, it's Los Gatos, Long Beach, and then Redwood Scullers being challenged by lane 5 Marin. Then we go back to Berkeley High School, Brophy, and Casitas.
Yeah, that's right. And there's a reason this Los Gatos crew is so quick. They're so speedy. They actually set the Head of the Lagoon course record by nearly 20 seconds this fall. Also went to Head of the Charles. Their stroke seat, Chad, is a sophomore, so a pretty young stroke seat there. Their 3-seat, Nolan Ham, rode at Canamex last year as a sophomore on the Junior Worlds team. Carl Lewis, their 2-seat, is committed to Cornell. Daniel Milligan, their bow seat, is a senior who's going to Colgate. So this is a very seasoned crew. They've rode together all year, and they've done some great things. So right now they are riding on the high of setting some course records and having a strong season this year. So I'm going to expect some great things from them also in a grand final, again, barring no disasters.
Well, they're already past the 1,500-meter line, rowing all by themselves out in front. In that second-place position, it is Long Beach. Long Beach followed by third place, Redwood Scullers. Redwood Scullers now has put open water between themselves and the next closest crew from Marin. Marin in fourth. We then go 1 boat length of open water back to fifth place, Berkeley High. Then Brophy and Lake Casitas are the 2 trailing boats. So the Redwood Scullers have done a good job of handling Marin. They've kept them behind them, but now Marin is charging again, and Marin has put their bow ball on the stern deck of the Redwood Scullers. I'm focusing on the Redwood Scullers because they're in third place, and that's the last qualifying position from this semi to go on. But now Redwood Scullers is responding, taking up the rate, and they've got open water again to push away from Marin. But way out in front, it is Los Gatos.
You're right about that. And if I am a betting woman, again, I've said this once and I'll say it again, that Redwood Scullers is not showing us all of the cards that they have to offer. So if we know anything about that program, they have a huge presence out on the national level and will likely show us some phenomenal racing coming into the rest of this weekend and probably at Youth Nationals as well. But right now it is Los Gatos crossing the line in first. Again, looking like they just woke up for a little Saturday row here. Very impressive there. And then we will jump over to lane 2. That is Long Beach, stroked by Mason Raudebush, followed by lane 3, Redwood Scullers, Wyatt Dent. If you remember that name, that's one you'll be seeing again. He's already raced today once, followed by lane 4, Berkeley. Lane 5, Marin. I looked down for 1 second and I blinked there. Now back to Berkeley here in lane 4 and then out to lane 6. That is Brophy from Arizona. And then rounding out our field here will be Casitas in lane 7, stroked by Landon Baker. Now, I'm going to keep my eye on some of these crews in the grand final and in some of these other boats because I know these are names we have seen before. So we will keep an eye on them. And as Casitas crosses the line here, actually looking quite well. Their blade work is really nice here. Good finish here from Casitas. And very quickly, we will swoop right back up to the start of the next race.
Now underway, semifinal number 2 of the men's youth quads. Lane assignments are as follows. Lane 1, River City. Lane 2, Newport Seabase. Lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 4, Waterford. Lane 5, Utah. Lane 6, Junipero Serra. And Lane 7, North Bay. All 7 boats off the start. All boats rowing cleanly. As we pull back and get a view, it's lane numbers 4 and 5 in the lead. That's going to be Waterford and Utah, 2 teams from Utah in the lead, followed closely by lanes 1 and 2, River City and Newport Seabase. Falling back now to lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center, and actually Utah in lane 5 is now falling off the pace. They had a hot start, but now they have fallen back. It's a 4-boat race for 3 qualifying positions between lanes 1 through 4. Now moving into the lead, it's River City Rowing Club, followed by Newport Seabase. River City 4 seats over Newport Seabase. Newport with almost a boat length over Marina and Waterford, who are side by side. A little bit of steering between lanes 2 and 3. Lane 3 now, Marina trying to move back into the middle of their lane, and that's costing them a little bit of boat speed as we now cross 500 meters. So it's River City in the lead, Newport Seabase, and now Waterford in third with Marina Aquatic Center chasing. So 3 boats go on to the grand final. This is an event that goes to Youth Nationals in Sarasota, Florida. So Whitney, this is a blind boat. In this case, who does the steering? What's going on here?
Oh, I love that you asked that because, of course, there's no lovely coxswain to help them get down the course. Not that I'm biased or anything, but I do love the blind boats. They're very exciting, and a lot of times these boats will have a toe in them, what's called a toe, where one of the athletes will have their toe stuck in a little, it's almost like a little steering mechanism, and they have to move their foot back and forth to actually move the rudder from one side to another. And if you do remember, too, these rudders are about the size of a credit card, so it's very difficult to actually steer, but they do steer a little bit better in some of these smaller boats. They're a little bit more responsive. So whoever's in charge of steering in these quads has to be very careful where they're moving their feet. So not only are they pushing off their footboards as hard as they can, but also focused on moving from side to side. So it's a little bit of an added challenge for that steering.
Well, absolutely. That is not easy. But I'll tell you what just got even more difficult is the race for Waterford. Marina Aquatic Center has pulled even. Marina Aquatic Center is now dead even in third place with Waterford. So the race to watch is between lanes 3 and 4. Who will take third, Marina or Waterford? In the lead, it continues to be River City Rowing Club of West Sacramento, California, over Newport Seabase in second. River City is taking more and more open water. They now have almost a boat length of open water between themselves and Newport Seabase. Marina continues to move. They now have 2 seats over Waterford. This is a bit shocking to me, given how well Waterford's been doing in this event. This is a great turnaround for Marina Aquatic Center, but it's no means done yet as Waterford is now charging back.
Absolutely. And Waterford, as we've seen quite a few times, has some very strong sculling boats here. They have 11 entries at this regatta, so I know they are coming out here to try to really make an impression. Again, just one of 3 crews in Utah. They also see their rivals, Utah crew here. The Utah crew went to Youth Nationals last year as well, so this is a returning crew. They will be hoping to go back and qualify again. Not sure if they will, again, because we are seeing some very surprising results here so far. Again, we have a little bit of racing to do. You can start to see them on the horizon now.
Well, this Marina crew from Marina Aquatic Center really has done an amazing job, but so has Waterford. Waterford was down almost 4 seats. They've now taken it back to only a 2-seat loss behind, or 2-seat deficit behind Marina, and they're still moving. So Marina is having more steering problems. I've noticed they've been moving around their lane a lot more. That is not helping their boat speed, whereas the Waterford crew's been dead on their steering, and that is working for them. River City continues in the lead, though. It's all about them here in this semifinal.
Oh, you are so right about that. And it is all of those little details that matter and make up those milliseconds of time. So even if you have two boats going stroke for stroke, bow ball to bow ball, again, it is those teeny tiny little details that will start to add up over the course of 2,000 meters. So right now we are looking at lane 3. Marina starting to make a little bit of a move again away from Waterford. So stroked by Matteo Pristine. In lane 3, Marina doing a phenomenal job here, starting to walk away, just crawling one stroke at a time away from this Waterford crew. So they're keeping us on the edge of our seats here.
Oh, totally, Whitney. And now Waterford is responding. River City was up again by almost 4 seats. Waterford just made another move, and now they've gotten it back down to only 2 seats. This is going to be anybody's race for third place. Will it be Marina? Will it be Waterford from Utah? The bow seat of the Waterford boat just looked over and called to his crews like, we're here, let's go, let's take this. And the Marina bow seat is just trying to stay in his lane. He's already over the buoy line there with his blades. He's got to keep that boat centered if he doesn't want to get a penalty.
Yeah, that's right. And we have no impeding so far here. Again, just as we say lovingly, a little bit of bumper bowling, but we will get back in the center of the lane here. It looks like they are back in it. So River City, here we go. Charging down the chute within the last 10 strokes or so, stroked by Owen Chen. So River City in lane 1, followed very closely by Newport in lane 2. And I have to give it to Marina in lane 3 here, who has started walking away again from Waterford, stroked by Kirkham Tingey there, who has lost it just a little bit to Marina there. In the last 500, Marina just so relieved as they cross the finish line.
Mm-hmm.
And here we go, Utah, Junipero Serra, and North Bay will round out the last 3 spots in our field here for semifinal 2 of 2.
And the next event underway. The racing never stops at Lake Natoma. Now underway, semifinal number 1 of the men's youth second varsity quad. Lane 1 will be Los Gatos. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers. Lane 3, Los Gatos C. Lane 4, Brophy. Lane 5, Los Gatos E. Think about that for a second. Lane 6, Brophy A. And lane 7, Long Beach. So 3 boats from Los Gatos, Whitney, in this one semifinal. That's a lot of sculling coming out of one program.
Oh, it sure is. Now, what do you think the odds are of them getting some of these into some of the grand finals? I'm going to say pretty high, because I happen to know that this lane 1 Los Gatos boat is probably going to be pretty quick, and I think that's what we're seeing right now. So James Tiglow is a senior. He's thinking about taking a gap year. Just a little side note there. Jasper Powell in this boat as well, older brother to a lightweight at Georgetown, above average golfer, so not average, above average. And the bow pair, Cam and Nick, have rowed together in the doubles since 7th grade. So the bow pair here in this Los Gatos crew has been together for quite some time. So these close friends here have spent a lot of time in this boat together, and it is showing now. But look at this race that is shaping up behind them.
Well, it really is. At 500 meters in, lane 1 Los Gatos A out by a full boat length open water. And then it's lane 2 and 3, Redwood Scholars and Los Gatos C, pacing one another side by side in that second and third place position, then going to Brophy and then the Los Gatos E, and there were two remaining boats from Brophy A, Brophy B and Long Beach Juniors to fill out the field. We're going to have races within a race here is what we're looking at. It's not so much spread out as much as we're seeing crews start to line up and face one another. The race to watch here is lanes 2 and 3, Redwood Scholars and Los Gatos C, and who's going to take that second place position. Now, it doesn't matter. They're both qualified for the grand final, but it does matter for lane assignments.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And again, some crews prioritize that, some don't. It doesn't always matter. So some crews, again, as we've said before, will just try to squeeze into the grand final and then show all of their cards. But it's such a beautiful venue like this. You know, it's great just to be in the grand final. So some of these crews may not care that much what lane they're in as long as they get into the grand final. That is completely up to the crew for what they decide to execute to get into that final there. So here we are coming across the 1,000-meter mark, and it is still Los Gatos A, stroked by James Tigolo in that first place spot there. And these speeds, I have to say, we're seeing some very impressive times, about 3:25 crossing the 1,000-meter mark. Now, keep in mind, too, you know this, that these quads can actually move at about the speed of an 8. So a lot of times coaches will put a quad next to an 8 for workouts, and they can about keep up with each other. So these quads are moving at incredible speeds here.
They are, which makes the technique even more important, and also the catches and drive matching up to match the speed through the water. Now, again, we want to come back. I want to point out, Whitney, the lead boat, Los Gatos, is understroking the field. So Redwood Scholars and Los Gatos C are at about a 37, 36.5, 37. Los Gatos A in the lead at a 34.5, 35. So they are understroking but moving ahead. So a lot of power coming out of that boat. Now the Redwood Scholars in lane 2, they've moved out now to a 4-seat advantage over lane 3, Los Gatos C. Both boats still in a qualifying position. Nothing to really get too stressed about if you're either the Los Gatos or Redwood Scholars coach. But it's the boats behind them. If we can pull back and see the field behind them, we can get an update on how those other teams are doing here. So we go back and we're looking at crews from Brophy, Los Gatos E, Brophy B, and Long Beach Juniors. And that field is pretty stretched out behind us. Each boat separated by multiple boat lengths of open water, the trailing team being Long Beach Junior crew in lane 7. So it almost matches the lane assignment. So as you look across the lake, folks, you keep going back in the placing. 5th place, Los Gatos E. 6th place, Brophy B. 7th place, Long Beach crew. These are the men's second varsity quads. These are the second level quads. Semifinal number 1 coming into the last 400 meters. 3 boats to the grand final. Unofficially right now, Los Gatos A, Redwood Scholars, and Los Gatos C.
Yeah, that's right. And remember, in order for these 2V quads to get in, they do have to have a varsity quad make it as well. So again, this is where the team effort comes into play. The varsity quads have to be fairly confident that they are also going to qualify for nationals or for the grand final at least first, so they can get a 2V in as well. To be able to race at the national championship. So you can't have a 2V entered without a varsity. So it does take a whole team effort, and it seems like a lot of these teams who have put out multiple boats like this Los Gatos, Redwood Scholars, Brophy, are doing a really good job of doing that. So it should be very exciting seeing multiple boats from the same clubs in some of these grand finals. And here they come now as we speak. Los Gatos in lane 1, stroked by James Tigolo. Doing a great job again. Bow pair Cam and Nick rode together for a long time, so it must be nice coming across the line together as good friends again. Of course, they look like they just came out for a Saturday row as well. Very impressive there. Redwood Scholars in lane 2, followed by Los Gatos C in lane 3. We will have our last group of boats here, Brophy, followed by Los Gatos E, stroked by Dominique Harrison. And we will look back to Brophy A, stroked by Joshua Marrer, and Long Beach in lane 7, stroked by Kenneth Smith. That will be semifinal 1 of 2, so the next one will be up in just moments.
Now underway, semifinal number 2 of the men's youth second varsity quad. Lane 1, Los Gatos B. Lane 2, River City A. Lane 3, Newport Seabase. Lane 4, Los Gatos D. Lane 5, Marin. Lane 6, River City B. So multiple boats from multiple teams again here, Whitney. Early leaders are lanes 1 and 2, Los Gatos B and River City A. They both have at least 4 seats over third place, Newport Seabase. Newport Seabase in third place has almost a bow to stern advantage over lane 4, Los Gatos D. We then go to Marin and River City B for the 2 treading positions, but it is lanes 1 and 2, Los Gatos B and River City A setting the pace for this race, 500 meters in.
And we are about 3:15 into this race, and we are still with our current leader here, Los Gatos B, and then River City in lane 2, and then Newport Seabase. So River City in lane 2 and Newport Seabase still bow to stern. Their bow and stern decks have not quite detached yet. It looks like River City is trying to break away from Newport Seabase in lane 3, stroked by Shane Centra, but they haven't quite been able to do that yet. Unless that happened just as I spoke. Right there, that may have just happened. So we have a little bit of space now between the two, but we are still looking at Los Gatos B as our current leader. It was totally my angle, wasn't it? Oh, okay.
The remaining boats from Los Gatos D, Marin, and River City B continue to stretch out with open water differences between them behind the top 3 leaders. This is a very spread out race, and actually, folks, the placing of the crew exactly matches their lane assignment. So First place is lane 1, and in sixth place is River City B in lane 6, and so forth. So in second place, River City A in lane 2. In third place, Newport Seabase in lane 3. Fourth place, Los Gatos D in lane 4. So very easy race to call, easy race to watch. Nothing too close or exciting here. Top 3 boats go on to the grand final. Whitney, given this, let's give them the next call just after 1500. But again, the 3 leaders are Los Gatos B, River City A, and Newport Seabase for semifinal number 2 of the men's youth second varsity quads. So Los Gatos B out in the lead. We saw their other quad in the other race, the other semi, winning and looking great. There are a lot of Los Gatos quads on the water this weekend, Whitney, and they're all doing pretty good here, or very good. In this case, leading once again, lane 1, Los Gatos B, followed by River City A, and then Newport Seabase. Top 3 boats to the grand final. Men's second varsity quads, semifinal number 2. Now finishing as they come to the line, and it's all about Los Gatos once again as the race now finishes. And that's Marin and River City B now finishing. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, will be the women's U17 eights. And we have a start for the women's U17 eights semifinal number 1. Now, both of these semifinals will only have 4 boats. So that means only 1 boat has to be eliminated, and the other 3 go on to the grand final. In lane 1, Newport. In lane 2, Marin. In lane 3, Capital Crew. And in lane 4, NorCal. Coming off the line, all boats are still overlapping each other. We're going to let this race shake out a little bit and make our first strong call at 500. Again, with only 4 boats on the course, the trailing boat is going to be the boat eliminated here as the other 3 go on to the grand final. And as we approach 500 meters now, it looks like lanes 2, 1, and 3, Marin, Newport, and Capital, will be the boats coming down the course in the top 3 positions.
Yeah, that's right. And this is a pretty exciting event, of course, not only because it's one of the big fast boats, as we say, but We actually have quite a few qualifiers from last year. So Marin in lane 2 actually got second in this event last year. Newport A in lane 1 got 5th, and Capital in lane 3 got 4th. And then we will have some other qualifiers from that grand final last year in the second semifinal that will come up right after this race. So we have almost the top 6 qualifying positions again, with a few new teams thrown into the mix. NorCal, Marina, and Oakland in the event overall, to kind of throw a wrench into things and make things challenging for these crews again. But in the race that we are seeing now, Marin in lane 2 again got second last year, so I bet they will be vying for a spot again just to qualify for now. So we will see where they end up in the grands, but just to squeak into that final at this time. But they are definitely challenging Newport A in lane 1, who got 5th in this event overall last year and qualified for nationals. And it will be Capital and NorCal coming up right after those two.
Well, and this is a bit of a throwdown too, Whitney, because we saw the Newport women's, their U19 1V, win the Crew Classic. But then here today, Marin women were looking really good in the 1V. But here now in the U17, they're seeing each other in the same race. And who's ahead? It's Newport. But right behind him is Marin. So this is a bit of a fight here going on as these two teams are starting to show a new rivalry, so to speak. The Newport women have really turned around and are now challenging Marin, which for so long has been dominant, but they can't take that for granted any longer.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very, very strong year for the Newport women. They have really shown up this year across the board and done a phenomenal job in almost every category that they have entered, especially in some of these big boats. So it's very exciting to see, again, these two teams that have had major rivalries in the past come back again to be bow ball to bow ball here. Lanes 1 and 2, Newport and Marin, literally going head to head as we speak.
It's almost as good as a grand final. And it's only a semifinal, as the Newport women and the Marin women are dead even coming down the course. These are the U17 8s. These are the younger 8s, all these athletes under the age of 17. But it's now about one seat in favor of Newport. But that could change.
Yeah, absolutely. Because of course, you know that we will not see all of their cards. Again, they will be hopefully keeping a little bit of their cards close to their chest for that grand final and just squeak in. So again, it does look like these two are getting a little bit sucked into each other's race, because you can see those coxswains looking over at each other. And I know what that feels like to be in a dual style race, even if it is only a semifinal and you just need to get in and qualify for the grands. But these coxswains are definitely staring each other down. So you can tell that mentally they're getting a little bit sucked into each other, into racing each other, rather than just executing a good race and getting their boats into the grands and calling it a day. So maybe they're racing for lanes. Again, we don't know exactly what their plan is, but this is shaping up to be a pretty exciting semifinal.
Absolutely. It's almost like, as they say, duel or die, right? It's you or the other boat. And it's still too close to call between Newport and Marin. The one thing here, sometimes this is where it helps to have a longer bow on a boat. Marin's bow is a little bit longer, and even though the rowers might be side by side, that extra foot of bow gets them across the line first. So sometimes the coxswains can't just look across and go, I'm even with the other coxswain. Like if you have a longer boat, that's going to work in your advantage at the finish line. So let's fall back and see how the rest of the field is doing. We want to see where third and fourth place is. And we know that third place coming out early was Capital, and then NorCal was in fourth. But as you can see, they're really way back behind these two leaders. It still is Capital in that third qualifying position, and then back to NorCal in fourth place, back by significant open water. So as we come into the spectator area, even though it's just a semifinal, it's going to look like a grand final between Newport women and the Marin U17 women as they come to the line.
Right, it really is going back and forth here as we come into the last 500. So it is very easy, again, as we've said, just mentally as a coxswain to get sucked into a dual style of race, and sometimes even affects your steering. So it does take a pretty seasoned coxswain here to keep the steering straight when you're looking over at another crew and you're kind of focusing on racing that other crew. Yeah, so as we speak here, we are watching Marin start to overtake Newport in lane 1 almost by 4 seats now. This is quite a move that we are seeing from Marin. So they are really winding them up here. So keep an eye on Marin as we come into the red buoys, the last 250 meters of this race, because they are really taking it on and throwing the sink at Newport in lane 1. What a race this is shaping up to be. Again, just a semifinal, not even the grands. And here we go, looking at Newport again, taking the rate up, responding to this move from Marin. But is it too much too late? Because Marin is starting to walk away just a little bit, but Newport, again, not giving up that easily. And here we go, Marin sitting about 4 seats up, maybe 5. Again, our angle is a little bit deceiving here, but it is definitely Marin in the lead, starting to bring the rate up just a little bit. So take a look at this showdown if you are on the beach here. Again, both crews in a qualifying position, so nobody is in jeopardy of not making the grands at this point. But it is very clearly Marin, Newport, and Capital in those qualifying spots.
Now underway, semifinal number 2 of the women's U17-8s. Lane 1, Oakland Strokes A. Lane 2, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 3, Oakland Strokes B. And Lane 4, San Diego. Once again, all it takes is one boat to trail, and the top 3 boats go on to the grand final. And again, there are 2 boats from Oakland in this semifinal. We'll give you the first call just past 500 meters. And the early call is lane 1, Oakland Strokes A, out in front by about 5 seats over lane number 2, Marina Aquatic Center. And then in third place, San Diego Rowing Club in lane 4, with the 4th place trailing crew, but not by much, lane 3, Oakland Strokes B. They're down about 1 to 2 seats from San Diego Rowing Club. So again, at 500 meters, it's lane 1, lane 2, and lane 4. That's Oakland Strokes A, Marina Aquatic Center, and San Diego in the top 3 spots, with a hard-fighting, hard-chasing B boat from the Oakland Strokes in 4th, desperately trying to catch San Diego so they can join their fellow boat in the grand finals.
Yeah, and a few things I want to point out here, too. We have Oakland Strokes in lane 1, stroked by Harper Woods Soloff, rowing at about a 36-37 here, and they are in the lead. They got third in this event last year. And then we have San Diego Rowing Club, who got sixth in this event last year, so very impressive there. And we have Oakland Strokes in lane 1, still in the current lead, and they are starting to break away here from Marina in lane 2, but just barely, because San Diego Rowing Club in 6th last year is now in 3rd, and they are crawling up on Marina in lane 2. So I'm going to keep my eye on this San Diego crew here. So Oakland Strokes looking really good here. Again, about a 36-37. So they did a great job coming through the first 500. We're about 3 minutes into the race. And they had a pretty good pace coming into that first 500. So if they can maintain this through the second half of the race, then that is really going to speak to their fitness. And not only that, but we have 2 Oakland Strokes boats in the U17 category. So think about that. That means we have 2 8s under 17 that are competing for a spot in the grand final, which is extremely impressive. That really speaks to the depth of the Oakland Strokes team.
Well, and that's going to make the U19 coach happy next year, seeing all these young women who are doing so well moving up. The depth of a program helps keep it competitive, especially when you're racing all the other big dog programs like Newport and Marin and the Los Gatos, the big squads. So at the halfway marker, it's still the same. It's Oakland Strokes A out in front. Marina now off the pace just a little bit. They're down 1 seat open water in second place behind Oakland. Marina has about half a boat length of open water between themselves and San Diego. San Diego still holding on to third place. And the Oakland Strokes B boat still chasing in fourth. So we'll give you the next call as we approach 1500, but we're going to keep a close eye on lanes 3 and 4, San Diego and Oakland Strokes B.
And in this Marina boat here, too, this is kind of a fun fact. The bow seat, Talia, is actually the sister of Goose, who is also rowing here. He is the U17 single, who you may recognize from earlier. So we do have some siblings rowing together. I always love it to see the siblings and the friends coming out here to row together. So it's great to, I'm sure for the parents and the friends and family coming out to watch, because they're doing such a great job as well. Still hanging on to Oakland Strokes. It looks like there's a little bit of open water between them now, but Oakland still in first. Marina in second, San Diego in third, and then Oakland Strokes B, again stroked by Amelia Calloway, in fourth. But this actually is a pretty exciting race in the sense that we don't have as big of a spread as we've seen in some of the other races. So the U17 categories, it's pretty exciting.
It's a huge category. It's almost, in some ways, bigger than the U19 because you have so many more kids that can race in the same event. Younger, just haven't graduated many times. So it's very competitive. It's not to be taken or underestimated lightly.
Yeah, absolutely. And since we have seen a little bit of a breakdown in the age categories on the junior level, it has really helped a lot of athletes race on a little bit more of a fair playing field among ages. So you don't have freshmen that oftentimes have to race seniors. So it's helped break the age groups down a little bit better and made things really exciting, like the U17s here in this category. Same with some of the smaller events. We've added quads and things like that. So it's been really great to get more kids out on the water in their age group categories. And we're seeing it here because these do not look like U17 athletes, I have to say. So keep an eye on Oakland Strokes in lane 1 right now, looking like a boat that is seasoned far past 17-year-olds. Very impressive performance here. And then we are looking behind them just a little bit at Marina, and then San Diego and Oakland Strokes B.
San Diego still holding on to third. Not that far from the line. 3 boats to the grand final. Here comes the finish for semifinal number 2 of the women's U17 8s, and it's all about the Oakland Strokes.
And swooping right back up to the starting line, we have the start of the women's youth pairs. Semifinal 1 of 2. Lane 1, Capital. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, River City. Lane 4, NorCal. And lane 5, Channel Islands, CR San Diego. I'm reading way too many acronyms there. My apologies. That is CR San Diego in lane 5. And when we can get a view here, we are about a minute 40 into this race. When we can get a macro view here, we will give you a view of the margins. And it's looking like right now it is lane 1, followed by lane 2, who's having a little bit of a steering issue. That is Newport in lane 2, stroked by Eden Smith. They are trying to kind of find their way. And so is lane 3, River City, also a little bit of a steering issue. Again, nothing too severe. Just a little back and forth, trying to find the center of their lane. And then we will go back to NorCal and CR San Diego. And they are about even back there, lanes 4 and 5, NorCal and San Diego. But right now we are looking at Capital, who has broken away about 2 boat lengths over Newport in lane 2, who is about a boat and a half length, 2 boat lengths over River City in lane 3. So pretty big spread here already between the first 3 spots.
Well, that Capital boat, Whitney, coming out at a higher rate than the other pairs and lengthening to a higher rate than the other pairs. So they're both their starting stroke rate and their base stroke rate are higher, and they've got a beautiful course, and they've got lots of open water at this point. They are doing a beautiful job for a women's pair here coming down. I love the steering. I love the power. I love the aggressive race plan to get out and go and separate yourself from the rest of the pack, and they're doing that very well with plenty of open water between themselves and Newport in second, and in third place, River City from West Sacramento. So top 3 boats go on to the grand final, and those 3 boats right now are Capital, Newport, and River City, with NorCal and Community Rowing of San Diego chasing hard. Now, Community Rowing of San Diego appears to be in 4th place, just holding off NorCal by a seat or 2 as we come down the course. But neither of those 2 trailing boats are in a position to threaten River City, who's in 3rd place. So pretty easy race to call here, but it's lane 1 Capital. They know this lake better than anybody, and they are just really strong through the water and really good on the steering, and that's paying off for them at the halfway markers. So a good race here for Community Rowing and NorCal. Even though they are not in a position to qualify at this point, they are in a bow ball to bow ball race, and that racing experience is still good for the kids because these are events they could come back to in next year possibly if they're still of proper age. But the leaders continue to be lanes 1, 2, and 3. So easy race to call here. All the crews spread out except the last 2. Top 3 boats continue to be Capital, Newport, and River City in semifinal number 1 of the women's youth pair. really good drone view here behind the pairs. You can see the steering. Of course, you can see the buoy line can be their friend if they use it well. And the Newport crew here doing a good job staying in their lane, as well as Lane 1 Capital doing a super job. Whitney, they've had a beautiful course all the way down, and their stroke rate's been the most aggressive, and it's really paying off for them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This Capital boat, stroked by Tatum Hall, has really done a great job. And we've talked before about how difficult it is to row the pair and how much trust you have to have in your pair partner, how much balance in the boat you have to have, and how quiet on the seat you have to be in order to exert the amount of power on both sides that you need to steer this boat correctly down the course and move it effectively. And these two athletes are doing a phenomenal job here. A little bit close on the starboard side there, but that's all right. They haven't really had any mishaps going down the course, and they are very confidently, I think, right now in front, I think we can say, to put it lightly. And we do have Newport here in lane 2, again, rowing in the low 20s, just cruising across the line. They got second in this event last year, going into the grand final. And then River City, who is in third, got fifth in this event last year. And then we have NorCal and San Diego, who were not in this event last year and are throwing a bit of a wrench in things, but are in our 4th and 5th place spots right now. So right now, you can see Capital, stroked by Tatum Hall, again, coming down the chute right now within the last 15, 20 strokes or so, depending on if they bring the rate up a little bit, which looks like they are, putting a little stamp on this secure finish that they have for the grand final. And then coming up behind them, again, comfortably in the low 20s, just taking a little Saturday cruise here is Newport, stroked by Eden Smith, again, who got second in this event last year. They are just going to be comfortable qualifying for the grand final here. And I will look forward to seeing what cards they throw down on the table in the grand final tomorrow. Then we will look back a few boat lengths back to River City, stroked by Sophia Schult. Again, fifth in this event last year. So really those three qualifying for the grands in a race of their own before we look back to lanes 4 and 5, NorCal and San Diego. NorCal stroked by Liberty Fathers, and lane 5, San Diego stroked by Barbara Roy. And they will round out our field again for the semifinal 1 of 2 for the women's youth pair.
And the next race underway, semifinal number 2 of the women's youth pair. These are 2 rowers, 1 oar each, no coxswain. In lane 1, San Diego Rowing Club. In lane 2, Marina Aquatic Center. In lane 3, Tempe Junior Crew. And in lane 4, Pacific Rowing Club from San Francisco. All 4 boats rowing cleanly. 3 boats in the lead right now. That's going to be lanes 2, 1, and 3. Marina Aquatic Center, San Diego Rowing Club, and Tempe Junior Crew, with Pacific in the 4th place trailing position. 3 boats go to the grand final, and right now that would be lanes 2, 1, and 3, but it's still early in the race, and let's see how their steering goes. At this point, you look more for the details, because that's going to matter tomorrow in the grand final. How do they steer? How do they execute their race plan? How do they make a move? Do they hold on to the move when they make a gain?
Yeah, you are definitely right about that, and we will look for exactly what you said. The little details that they're good at now that can be exaggerated or maybe shown off a little bit in that grand final that we will look forward to seeing. And we will also be paying attention to these races that are happening that are very, very tight between these semifinals. So what we are seeing now is San Diego Rowing Club in lane 1 and Marina in lane 2 having quite a battle here. San Diego Rowing Club got third in this event last year, and they are now pulling ahead of Marina in lane 2. So again, this is something that we have seen over the course of the day. San Diego Rowing Club having a pretty strong middle of the race here, if I can get my words out. And here they are showing it now, about 4 minutes into this race. Again, very strong showing from this pair here. They have steered straight all the way down the course, being challenged really only by Marina.
Well, and what just happened there right before the buoy marker is San Diego took the rate up by 2 to a 36. They took water, and now they've settled back down, and they're holding on to that gain. So that's the stuff I look for is, okay, they can execute a race plan, and we haven't seen Marina respond yet. Marina's at a higher rate. Okay, they're at a 36. San Diego's back down to a 34. So San Diego is understroking Marina and holding onto the water they just took away from them. That is very important to know for the grand final tomorrow.
That's right, too. And we will see what technicalities they are showing off here again in the semis. Just like you said, we kind of look for these little things to watch for because we know power-wise they're likely not showing all of their cards, as we've said before. They're not throwing it all down on the table. But the technicalities that they are good at here in the semis will likely be exaggerated and help them when they're on autopilot and have to go to the bottom of the well in a grand final. So it's really important that we keep an eye on what these patterns are in these crews, like you said. And we're seeing some really good rowing in these pairs right now. Again, extremely difficult boats to row. And we're seeing some great rowing here from all of these athletes. So San Diego, Marina, Tempe, and then Pacific here in the trailing position as we see it.
And now Marina and San Diego almost matching the same stroke rate. Marina looks like they've dropped it just a little bit to match San Diego. But San Diego still holding onto the water. They took away from Marina Aquatic Center. So San Diego holds on to first place in the semifinal. Marina in second. Tempe Junior Crew in third. And Pacific trailing in fourth place. 500 meters to go for the women's youth pair, semifinal number 2.
And as we start to enter the last 250, those nice red buoys there, we are looking at the San Diego Rowing Club pair doing a beautiful job on the front end, too. You can really see why they're in first here. Their front end is absolutely gorgeous. And, of course, as a coxswain, that is something that I'm going to be looking for immediately. And that change of direction here is so smooth, and they're so long. They're taking the time to get their hands away, their bodies over, and they're letting the boat move underneath their feet as they reach for that front end change of direction, letting the blade drop in and immediately just pushing away. So there's so much finesse happening on that front end that is really serving San Diego. And again, they got third in this event last year. And right now, doing a great job holding on to that first place spot, but do keep an eye on Marina here in lane 2, really starting to challenge. We'll see if they actually race this out or if they are comfortable. It looks like they are. So, of course, as I speak, they bring the rate up here, perhaps a race for lanes. And because they have led the whole time, why would they give it up now? So, San Diego, well done. Stroked by Jacqueline Page. Really, really beautifully done by both of these athletes who have matched up so impeccably on this row. San Diego's one I'm going to keep an eye on. Marina, great challenge from lane 2. Tempe in lane 3. How can you miss those neon hats? Stroked by Courtney Ryan. Pacific, stroked by Sophia Fisher. Really done a great job here, and that will round out our semifinal 2 of 2, and we will be keeping an eye on all of those boats for an amazing grand final tomorrow.
Next race is underway, semifinal number 1 for the men's U17 singles. Lane 1, Channel Islands. Lane 2, Brophy. Lane 3, California Yacht Club. Lane 4, Lake Casitas. Lane 5, Tempe Town Lake. Lane 6, Redwood Scullers. And Lane 7, California Yacht Club. And Whitney, before we call the placement here, we understand that from Channel Islands, Isaac Moose, who's 15 years old, he had the fastest time trial this year in this category, and he placed in the top 20 in this event at Nationals last year. So looks like we need to keep an eye on lane 1 here for this event.
Yeah, I actually remember this name, Isaac Moose. I was actually calling Youth Nationals as well as this event last year and got to follow a bit of Isaac's career all the way through, his year, getting all the way up to Youth Nationals. And he really is a phenomenal athlete. So he is definitely one that I recognize and would like to keep an eye on for the next half of this race, as well as hopefully a grand final tomorrow. Hopefully he has the race that he hopes to execute out here today. And so far it's seeming like it's working pretty well for him. He is in first and then followed very closely by California Yacht Club. That is Conrad Lunsky's. And then Brophy sandwiched right in between, Quincy Sweet. Then we will look back here at lane 4 and 5. That is Casitas, Alex Montoya. And then lane 5, Tempe Town Lake, Ashton Jansen. And then when we swoop back, we will see Redwood Scullers and California Yacht Club in lane 6 and 7. But right now it is Channel Islands' Isaac Moose that is starting to break away from the rest of the pack.
And Whitney, he's doing it so calmly. We've seen this so many times today, he's understroking the other rowers, but he's got a beautiful long stroke, clean placement, direct to the water on the catches, and just nice control of his boat. Just letting it run beneath him, and he's taking water every stroke from his competition without looking like he's under any sort of panic or stress. So a lot of composure there, and I attribute that both to the athlete and to the coach for teaching that and reinforcing it so that he doesn't panic in a moment of stress.
Yeah, that's right. And a few kind of fun things to note, too, is that he actually got 5th in this event last year to some other names like Goose that we recognize, as well as Sky from Redwood Scullers. So a few names that have actually moved up perhaps above the U17 category that that Isaac Moose may now have reign of this event. So we will see. Again, this is all just fun projections to see who's moved up. We can only predict so much, but he is definitely one to keep an eye on. And as you said before, he is just making this look like he is out for a Saturday row. So let's go ahead and look back at the rest of the field.
Dead even in the middle, and we've got the 3 leaders up front that remain the same, Channel Islands, Brophy, and Cal Yacht Club. But in 4th place, we go to Lake Casitas, which is in contact with Tempe Town Lake, which is in contact with Redwood Scullers. So those 3 boats in contact by about half a length each at this point as they come down the lake. Redwood Scholars in 6th place and trailing Cal Yacht Club in 7th. They are behind the top 3 leaders by a pretty good amount of open water. So I don't expect anything to really change the outcome of this race in terms of placement, but still some good racing going on in the middle of the field between those 3 boats. Now back to the front, the leader who continues to slowly walk away. This is like the race of the tortoise and the hare. Lane 1 doesn't look like he's racing, but he is racing, and he's just so calm. His stroke rate is so just methodical and basic and calm. He's not rushing, and he's just taking water every stroke. There's just a lot of power there. That's all that is, power and boat run.
All right, and just past the 1500, we are still looking at Channel Islands. Isaac Moose in lane 1. Again, just looking like he has taken so many strokes in this boat. And for U17 athlete, this does not look like a U17 athlete. I have to say, this is the racing of a mature athlete that has put a lot of time in this boat. He has stayed dead center of this, in the middle of this lane, which again is so impressive. That means those power curves on both sides of those oars are perfectly even all the way around, over and over and over again. And just the amount of discipline it takes to do that, I think, is oftentimes underestimated. So this is really a phenomenal row. That's really all we have to say. So you'll see Isaac Moose coming in lane 1 right here. And as we scan the rest of the field that has spread out just a little bit, actually quite a bit, even since we were speaking there, we are looking at lane 2. That is Brophy's Quincy Sweet and California Yacht Club's Conrad Lunsky's. Keep an eye on them as they come into the red buoys here. The last 250 meters, it is Isaac Moose in lane 1.
Boy, he's just walking away with this race. You know, they grow great strawberries in Oxnard. Maybe he's working off some great strawberry power here. I don't know what it is. But
something in the strawberry field.
He's just got this race under control all the way to the line. And this is going to be a great grand final to watch tomorrow.
Yeah, it really is. It really is, especially since we know what other athletes are coming up in the next race as well. So Isaac Moose securing the first spot in the grand final of the U17 men's single. Followed by Brophy in lane 2. Then we have lane 3, California Yacht Club. And lanes 4 and 5, this is Casitas and Tempe Town Lake fighting for that 4th place spot. But keep an eye on California Yacht Club, lane 7, Bennett Lee. What a charge over Redwood Scullers in lane 6. And that will complete semifinal 1 of 2 of the men's U17 single. And it looks like our next race, again, is underway. These refs absolutely keeping us on our toes and on time, which we love. Semifinal 2 of the U17 men's single. Lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers. Lane 3, Tempe Junior Crew. Lane 4, Utah. Lane 5, North Bay. Lane 6, North Bay. And Lane 7, Newport Sea Base. And in lane 2 here, Redwood Scullers. Harper Sky got 4th in this event. Last year, we are crossing the 500 now, 1:53 on the clock. So a pretty blistering pace here in these singles. We have a slight headwind, so that will likely slow the paces just a little bit, but it is even all the way across the course, and these singles are still moving at a blistering pace here. So I'm going to try to give you a macro view here of where all of our boats are. And it's looking like lane 2, Harper Sky in first, but just barely over Marin in lane 1. And then we will go to lane 6, North Bay's Enzo Bass, a name that you will likely see again. Then we go to lane 4, Utah, Talmadge Child. Lane 3, Tempe Junior Crew, Alex Kim. North Bay, Elliott Sharp Biggs. And then lane 7, Newport Seabase. But right now our current leaders are Redwood Scullers, Harper Sky in lane 2. Marin in lane 1, and they are battling it out back and forth very, very closely here. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers moving slightly over to that port side, pretty close to that buoy line there. He's going to want to get over to that center of that lane again. Easy to do when you're looking over at another crew trying to race and just get a little bit ahead of them. But it looks like he is back, trying to move back into the center of his lane there, still maintaining his lead. Some really nice rowing here by Harper Sky. Again, he has spent time in this boat before. He got 4th in this event last year in the grand final. Then we look back at the rest of the field. Again, lane 6, Enzo Bass, a name that we will see again and have seen before. So a lot of seasoned athletes in the single here. This grand final should be an extremely competitive field. So here we go, looking at North Bay. Enzo Bass, if you are watching the stream or can peek into the tent here at the finish line, you'll see a beautiful, nice shot of Enzo Bass of North Bay here in lane 6. And we are looking at lane 3 and 4. That is Utah and Tempe now, with about 2 boat lengths, open water in between each other, as we cross the 1,000-meter mark. Good, and only a little bit has changed here. Lane 2, Redwood Sculler, Sky Harper has broken away from lane 1. That is Marin, who has probably added another boat length here between him and Marin. So Redwood Scullers in that first place spot, followed by Marin. Then we will look back at lane 3, Tempe Junior Crew. So here we are, lane 2, Harper Sky in your view there if you are watching the live stream down in the tent here. And in third, we have North Bay, Enzo Bass, followed by Utah in lane 4, and then Tempe Junior Crew in lane 3. And Tempe and Utah in lanes 3 and 4 are still pretty close together, still connected the last I saw. So again, we will check back in just a moment, but right now we are looking at lane 6, North Bay's Enzo Bass, who is trying to make a charge on 1 and 2. That is Redwood Scullers in lane 2 and Marin in lane 1. So right now, those are your current leaders, lanes 2, 1, and 6. And we are through the 1,500 now. We are looking at lanes 3 and 4, creating quite a boat race back here. So this is Tempe Junior Crew and Utah in lane 3 and 4 going head to head. for that fourth place spot. Although I have to give the advantage right now to Tempe's Alex Kim, who is starting to push away. Looks like he has brought the rate up just a little bit, again, to try to get the edge over Utah's Talmadge Child. And we will try to get some numbers here for you as he starts to walk away. Looks like he's at about a 36 there. So really well done. We are 7.5 minutes into this race. And right now we are looking at Redwood Scullers, Harper Sky in lane 2 with an absolutely dominating lead over the rest of the field. Marin in lane 1 coming up second. And keep an eye on lane 6, Enzo Bass.
That's Harper.
And here we go. Marin crossing the line now in lane 1. Now take a look all the way across the field there at North Bay in lane 6. And that bright green, hard to miss. And the battle that has been going on for most of this race here is lane 3 and 4, Tempe and Utah. Right now, we are giving the advantage here to Tempe. So it will be Tempe next, followed by Utah. And then we will look at North Bay, Elliott Sharp Biggs. And then Newport Seabase in lane 7. So I would expect a very exciting grand final tomorrow with all of these athletes that we have seen before. So very seasoned athletes in that single. And as we wrap up here, we will jump right back up to the starting line of the women's youth quad. All right, and we have the start of the women's youth quad. Lane 1, Los Gatos. Lane 2, Utah. Lane 3, Newport. Lane 4, Xavier Prep. Lane 5, Long Beach. Lane 6, Berkeley. And Lane 7, North Bay. And as soon as we can, we will give you a spread on the field here, about 150 into the race. So things have been allowed to separate just a little bit. But it looks like we have a race shaping up with the first 3 crews up at the front here, almost in a league of their own. And if I am not mistaken, that is going to be Los Gatos in lane 1, Newport in lane 3, and Utah in lane 2, stroked by Emily Hilker. We will have Long Beach in 4th in lane 5. And then Xavier Prep in lane 4, Berkeley High in 6, and North Bay in lane 7. So a little bit of a spread in the last 4 boats here. But right now we are looking at lanes 1, 2, and 3 as our current leader, with Los Gatos stroked by Emerson Adams, starting to break away from lanes 2, Utah, and lanes 3, Newport.
And Whitney, haven't we seen this before? Here's Utah again with another top sculling boat doing a super job in the semifinals, getting out and showing the rest of the Southwest region what they've got. And, you know, they live in isolation way out there in Salt Lake City. It's not like there's a lot of teams around they can go race and fine-tune their skills. They basically train in isolation for most of the year, and then they show up here and boom, here they are. They're in the hunt, definitely in the hunt for potentially a medal tomorrow in the grand final. So that's great to see from Utah as that region continues to grow out there. Utah here working hard against Newport. Newport, everybody trying to catch Los Gatos out in front as we pass the halfway markers.
Yeah, that's right. And that Utah quad took third at Crew Classic earlier this season, and they are very excited, their words, to race some of the same crews to test their own speed again. So to your point, they are out there in isolation, and they're just excited to be out here racing. So I love to see it. And you know what? It's really working for them. They've had a great performance this weekend so far, and I would expect nothing less from them tomorrow if they can squeeze into this grand final again, because right now I'm seeing some excellent rowing coming from Newport. Look at this blade work alone. Really starting to pull up on lane 3, Newport. So still connected. Newport has not been able to shake Utah. And this Newport boat looking very long here, very relaxed. Rowing at a 29, so that's actually pretty low here for a race. Utah, I think, rowing a little bit higher, if my eyes do not deceive me. 37. We are clocking a 37, so that is quite a bit higher. So as we come into the second half of this race, we will see if it is the rate versus the power and see who reigns supreme.
Right now it's the power. It's Newport. If you're watching on the video screen, look at the body swing in that boat. The swing to stern and the hang and power all the way through the stroke back to the finish. Those 4 young ladies there are putting everything they got behind those oar handles, and they're sending the boat at a lower stroke rate than the Utah boat. Utah boat doing a great job. They're still in that third qualifying position. But this Newport boat, wow, that's a lot of swing and power behind those behind those handles.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. Taking a look at this Newport boat, look how much separation they have between the legs, the hips, the swing, the hands. This is a patient boat, and that takes a lot of time to get to that point. It's very easy to start doing everything at the same time, especially towards the recovery. You get the hands away and the knees up and the bodies over all at the same time. But look how much time this crew is taking to do each part individually. Legs, hips, hands, and then the opposite way, and they're letting the boat run underneath them. So this Newport crew is definitely doing a great job staying ahead, doing less work. So they're working a little bit smarter, not harder. Utah really trying to hang on here, so rowing just a little bit higher, a little bit punchier, but we'll see if it works out because Newport has not actually dropped them.
Well, no, but because Newport's at a 29, they've got extra stroke rates they could go to if needed. They don't need it right now, so why do it? They're going to save that for tomorrow, I'm sure. I know they're saving it for tomorrow. So really good showing here by both these boats. Way out in front, Los Gatos. Way out in front, Los Gatos once again, followed by Newport and Utah. Here in semifinal number 1 of the women's youth quads, Xavier Prep, Long Beach, Berkeley, and North Bay, the trailing teams in this semifinal. As these crews come to the line, it's going to be hello again tomorrow in the grand final as Utah makes up a little water here on Newport, but Newport staying calm. Newport staying calm and composed, and they're still going to be across the line in second place. You know what's weird? Semifinal number 2 now underway of the women's youth quads. In lane 1, Waterford. In lane 2, Redwood Scullers. In lane 3, Marina Aquatic Center. In lane 4, Oakland United. In lane 5, Oakland Strokes. In lane 6, Channel Islands. And in lane 7, River City. All boats now approaching 500 meters. We have a clean start. All boats on the course. And as we pull back and get a little bit more airborne, we'll be able to get a better view of the field. But there's a lot of overlap right now. And lanes 1 and 2 are the early leaders. It's Redwood Scullers over Waterford by about a seat, maybe 2 seats. And then going back to third place, it's too close to call between lanes 3 and 4, Marina Aquatic Center and Oakland United. The Oakland Strokes and Channel Islands Rowing Club, they're in a race between themselves for 5th and 6th place. And then finally, River City in lane 7, the outside lane, they are in the trailing position of 7th place. So the early leader, Redwood Scullers, they've got their hands full with Waterford, another team from Utah. Again, as we said earlier, training in isolation, Whitney, but here they are challenging Redwood Scullers, and Redwood Scullers is one of the top sculling programs in the nation. So kudos to Waterford on that effort.
Oh, they have really put down some phenomenal times, athletes. All of these boats that have come out here from Utah have been so impressive. Waterford, again, no exception, doing a great job out here. Isabella Ramish here is stroking this boat. And Waterford did a great job last year as well in this event. And I believe, again, please don't DM me. I have to check this. But if I'm not mistaken, I believe this stroke seat will also be in a double, or has been in a double before. I recognize her name, so I'm going to keep an eye on that and make a mental note. So if you do DM me, let me know. But Waterford doing a great job here. We're seeing a lot of boat races breaking up through this individual race. So we have a lot of races within a single race. So Waterford and Redwood Scullers, Sophia Tafoya doing a great job there. Keeping her crew in the game. Again, focused against Waterford, which is kind of a surprise dark horse crew coming out of Utah, making things very exciting. And then we jump back to the rest of the field here. Looks like Marina and Oakland in 3rd and 4th. And then Oakland again in 5th, followed by Channel Islands and River City. So in 4th place, in 4th, that is lane 4, 4th place, Oakland United, stroked by Sadie Brunado. And then lane 5, Oakland Strokes, stroked by Lila McDonald. Channel Islands in 6, stroked by Sarah Lockman. And then lane 7, River City, stroked by Haley Choi. And again, right now we are still in that order, so lane order. As of now, about 4.5 minutes into this race, and these women moving at a pretty blistering speed.
7:50 to go for semifinal number 2 of the women's youth quads. And an interesting fact here is that lane 1, Waterford, rowing at 31 strokes per minute. Lane 2 in 2nd place, Redwood Scullers, rowing at 37 strokes per minute. So Waterford is understroking Redwood by 6 beats, but taking water from them. So that is very interesting as we come down the course. Difference in stroke rate, difference in power. This is a case where Waterford, understroking Redwood Scullers, is holding on to the water they've taken, and they still have a higher rate they could go to if necessary. Now, Waterford and Redwood Scullers, they're separated by only a few seats. It's still anyone's call for first place. 3rd place continues to be Marina Aquatic Center. Marina Aquatic Center with open water over Oakland United. Oakland United in 4th. In 5th place, open water back, the Oakland Strokes, followed by Channel Islands and River City Rowing Club. Semifinal number 2 of the women's youth quad coming to the line. It's all about Waterford, another team from Utah. holding off right now the Redwood Scullers by only a seat or two at a lower stroke rate. Waterford understroking the Redwood Scullers, and now the camera angle changing, and actually Waterford with about a stern advantage over the Redwood Scullers as we come into the last 250.
Yeah, what makes this a little bit exciting, too, is Waterford actually beat Redwood Scullers last year as well. Waterford got 4th in this event. Redwood Scullers got 5th, and by less than a second. So very, very tight racing last year, and it looks like it's carrying over to this year. But again, I doubt that we are seeing most of the cards on the table here from both of these crews. These are phenomenal crews with phenomenal coaches, and I think we will see a lot more from them tomorrow in a grand final. So I'm very excited to see them both in a, I would say, a pretty secure position here, again, barring no disasters close to that finish line. But really well done here to Waterford and Redwood Scullers. They will be our first 2 crews through to the grand final.
Marina Aquatic Center still in 3rd. Their women coming in that 3rd place position, just ahead of Oakland United by about 2 boat lengths of open water. This is great to see. Marina Aquatic Center is a very sweep-heavy program, but they've been putting out more sculling boats over time, and they're showing success in that. And there they are, 3rd across the line. That is unofficial. Oakland United next, and then we'll go back to the Oakland Strokes in 5th. And a great race between Channel Islands and River City for those last 2 positions here in the last semifinal of the women's youth quads. And it looks like River City is going to sneak out and get a 5th place finish, or 6th place finish, over Channel Islands.
All right, and we have the women's 2nd varsity quads underway. In lane 1, Los Gatos. Lane 2, Waterford. Lane 3, Newport. Lane 4, Los Gatos D. Lane 5, Marina. And right now we have a pretty tight race shaping up between lanes 1 and 3, Los Gatos and Newport, followed very closely by Waterford, Los Gatos D, and Marina. So that Los Gatos A boat in lane 1. Again, Los Gatos very strong with the sculling this weekend, as we've seen, very strong quads. They are definitely in the lead, walking away from this as we speak, slowly but surely. And then we will jump over to Newport A, stroked by Lily Gonzalez. Sandwiched in between them is Waterford's Zoe Chow. And then shaping up to be a tight race here for 4th is Los Gatos D and Marina. And we are just over 2 minutes into this race. We will give them a few strokes to see where they separate out a little bit as they sort of settle into the meat of this race. Again, settle is a word that I hesitate to use, but oftentimes kind of find your rhythm and find your groove for the meat of the race here, the middle 1,000, as we say, after those high strokes of the start. And we can feel the breeze starting to pick up just a little bit, so it will sweep across the water there just a little bit. We can see some ripples on the water, and these crews don't seem too bothered by it. Most of these crews are quite used to rowing in windy conditions. So, and again, if we can complain about this being windy, we're in pretty great shape. So I have to say, I have been at some races where I would have killed for water like this. So, of course, beautiful conditions out here on Lake Natoma, and we are looking at Los Gatos in lane 1, starting to open up water against Newport in lane 3, and Waterford very, very closely in 3rd in lane 2.
Well, here, once again, Whitney, we're seeing the same thing. Newport at a lower stroke rate, 32. Meanwhile, right next to them, Waterford at a 35. So I don't know what's going on at Newport, but they're teaching them really how to hang and suspend through the footboards and the handles and understroke the competition. Now, Newport may have just bumped the rate here a little bit, but last time I checked, they were consistently understroking the Waterford boat. So I see a lot of body swing and a lot of hang all the way back to the finish, and it just propels these Newport boats really well. And here we are at 1,000 meters, and they've got almost about a stern advantage over Waterford.
Yeah, that's right. And this Newport boat, aptly named Fortune Favors, I believe, if my eyes do not deceive me. Now, do you think this rowing is fortune, or do you think this is a lot of good strokes and some good coaching? Because I think we've seen this across the board. Newport doing a great job with the same technical abilities, nice and long. They're all very patient, which is just so refreshing to see from these young crews. So really well done here, and I think Newport right now walking away from Waterford. It looks like they have opened up some water, half a boat length or so. Again, our angle is a little bit deceiving, but we are looking at Los Gatos. Newport in second, Waterford in third, Los Gatos D in fourth, and Marina in fifth.
Semifinal number 1 of the women's youth second varsity quad, now past 500 meters to go. Leader continues to be the same, Los Gatos A. Looks like they're rowing with those new fancy blades, Whitney, the Fat Smoothies 2 or the Fat Smoothie 2s, whatever they're called. They almost look like circles. The blades keep changing and gives you a deeper lock in the water, and it's working for them here as they continue to take water from the rest of the field. Newport continues to have this very long, relaxed stroke. Waterford still in that third qualifying position. Waterford with lots of open water between themselves and the remaining field from Los Gatos D and the Marina Aquatic Center. So really good work here by these top 3 boats from Los Gatos, Waterford, and Newport as they cruise to an easy qualification to the grand final for tomorrow. Now, Whitney, weren't you saying if any of these boats qualify tomorrow in the grand final, they have to have a sister boat in the women's youth quad that also qualifies in order for them to go? Is that correct?
You are absolutely right, yes. So their varsity quad would also have to qualify for them to move on to youth nationals. So they do need a varsity boat there. Although for many of these crews, I don't know that that will be a problem. As of now, we've seen some phenomenal racing across the board from Los Gatos, Newport, Waterford. I just can't wait to see who it ends up being, because it's really a toss-up with many of these crews just doing so well across the board, and a lot of small boats too, the doubles, the singles, a lot of sculling. I've been very, very impressed with the sculling so far this weekend. So I think before we can even take a breath, we will likely be swooping back up to the start again of semifinals 2. Semifinal number 2 in just a moment here. But Here we go, taking a look at lane 4, Los Gatos and Marina wrapping up our semifinal 1 of the women's 2V quad. All right, and we have a start of the 2V quad semifinal 2 of 2. This is a 6-boat race. Lane 1, Los Gatos B. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers A. Lane 3, Redwood Scullers B. Lane 4, Los Gatos C. Lane 5, Los Gatos E. And lane 6, Newport B. Now, if I get every one of these right with the B's, C's, E's, D's, and so many of the same clubs, then I will be happy. I will call it a success. So here we go. As soon as we can, we will get a macro view for you. It looks like lanes 1, 2, and 3 are still our current leaders, and I will get margins for you ASAP, but we are a minute 25 into this race, so just about approaching the 500-meter mark. Again, remember, these quads can go about as fast as 8s. So moving at a blistering pace here, 1:35 on the clock, and it looks like lanes 1 and 2 are our current leaders. That is Los Gatos B and Redwood A, followed by lane 3, Redwood Scullers B. Still connected, but following just behind here. As we cross the 500-meter mark, 1:50 on the clock. So that likely means that we have a slight headwind. So again, these boats moving at a pretty blistering pace here. Quads are very fast boats. A little bit behind pace again, but we will see what they can do tomorrow in a grand final. So again, just qualifying, we will likely not see all of the cards on the table. But we are looking at almost lane order here. Lane 1, Los Gatos B in first. In second, Redwood Scullers A. In third, Redwood Scullers B. In fourth, Los Gatos C. And then we have almost a bow ball to bow ball race going on between lanes 5 and 6. That is Los Gatos E and Newport B. Very, very tight racing between Los Gatos E and Newport B in 5th and 6th. Both of these crews going stroke for stroke. And it is hard to tell who has the advantage here, but I think I'm going to give the advantage to Los Gatos in lane 5. But again, not by much. That is changing constantly. So here we are looking at lane 6, the Corsair. Nice shot there if you were looking at the screen. So we can see the beautiful rowing here of Los Gatos E, really doing a nice job here. Again, the patience of Newport B, stroked by Andera McCarthy. Again, that signature Newport stroke. They're patient, taking their time, doing one thing at a time. About 3.5 minutes now into this race. And here we go. As we approach the 1,000-meter mark, we'll see who decides to make a move and walk away from the rest of the field. Right now, our current leader is still Los Gatos B, followed by Redwood Scullers in lane 2. And still connected, following very closely, Redwood Scullers B in lane 3. Followed by lane 4, Los Gatos C in 4th. And we will jump over to Newport B in 5th in lane 6. And then lane 5, Los Gatos E. And we have our current leader, again, Los Gatos B, rowing at about a 35-36, and they've been pretty consistent throughout the rest of the race. So keep an eye on them as they come through the 1,000, start to push away from that 1,000-meter mark, approaching the 12:50. We will see if anyone decides to make a move and throw a knockout punch at the rest of the field. And in our shots here from the drone, we can see the headwind, again, just pushing against the backs of these athletes here as they come down the course. Doesn't seem to be affecting them too much. You can see some minor adjustments here, though. Athletes tapping their hands down. These rowers are tapping their hands down, getting out of bow just a little bit quicker again, just to stay nice and sharp, leaning into the wind a little bit and getting some more clearance off the water as they get a little bit of chop. Not too much, but just enough that they want to tap down and get a little bit more clearance off the surface of that water so they can catch, again, get to that front end without any trouble. And here we are coming towards the beach. We are looking at Los Gatos B, stroked by Jenna Yoder. And in your drone shot here, we're looking at Los Gatos B. Again, nice shot of Jenna Yoder here right on the screen. Bringing it home in that beautiful Hudson shell. And this quad really doing a good job getting out of bow together. Again, hands away, bodies over, gliding up to the front, letting the shell do the work for them. They've done a really great job of that all the way through this race, and that has definitely helped them maintain the lead. Then we will look at lane 2, Redwood Scullers in second, Redwood Scullers B in third, Los Gatos C in fourth. And we are seeing our crews coming up to the line now. Los Gatos B, stroked by Jenna Yoder, has maintained their lead for the entire race as the breeze starts to pick up a little bit. So does their rate. Los Gatos B just putting a stamp on it here at about a 42. Very solid finish here from Los Gatos, followed by Redwood. Also bringing up the rate to about a 40, 41. So it looks like a lot of these crews have decided to sprint, even though our top 3 crews are secured into that grand final. And here we go, looking at fourth, Los Gatos C. We will jump over to lane 6, Newport B, stroked by Andera McCarthy. And then to lane 5, Los Gatos E, stroked by Alexis Peruz. And in those crews, again, we'll feel a little bit of a breeze off to that port, almost a port headwind here. We can see it just glazing across the water here, just in time for the finish of this race. And that will wrap up the 2V quad. We will move up to the U17 men's quad in just a moment.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have a start for the next race of the afternoon. Semifinal number 1 of the men's U17 quads. These are straight quads, meaning no coxswain. And they are starting the race into choppier waters now. The wind, as you've noticed, has picked up, and we're seeing that reflected in some of the blade work on the water and some of the steering. We have steering issues going on right now, and we have some blade work that is a little bit shaky here as these crews start into rougher waters. Now, right now, here are the lane assignments. Lane 1, Los Gatos A. Lane 2, Los Gatos B. Lane 3, Long Beach. Lane 4, Brophy. And Lane 5, River City B. Now, Brophy, coming out of the starting blocks, they've really been all over the place. They almost went into Lane 3 next to them, and now they're almost in Lane 5 on the other side, so they're struggling a bit with the steering. Also, Los Gatos B in Lane 2 almost went into Lane 3, so lots of steering issues going on in this race, more than we've seen in the other quad races. Now, who's the early leader? It's Los Gatos A, bow to stern over Los Gatos B in second place. And in third place, Long Beach Junior Crew. They have a bow to stern advantage over Brophy in fourth. And then finally, River City B. But Whitney, what would you say about this? I mean, it's the same wind a coxswain would have to deal with. What's the difference?
Yeah, absolutely. We are looking at quite a race here. 1:38 on the clock here. We had all boats absolutely just blast off the line, almost at any cost. We had boats going all over the place, left, right, and center. So as we come across the 500 at 1:50 on the clock, we are starting to, what looks like, see these boats kind of find their way back into the lanes for the most part. But I'm still looking at lane 4 here, Brophy, kind of trying to find their way again. We've had quite a few boats actually going back and forth, so it's not just one that's trying to find their way, but everyone just kind of trying to get centered again, maybe relax a little bit. Everyone got very excited over lunch, had some espresso or something, I'm not sure. But we are seeing a lot of enthusiasm coming off of the blocks here, so we will keep an eye on that. But right now, we are looking at lane 5 on our screen. River City doing quite a good job here, maintaining their contact with Brophy in lane 4. But right now it is still Los Gatos A who got first in this event last year, followed very closely by lanes 2 and 3. That is Los Gatos B and Long Beach Junior Crew, who got fourth in this event last year. And then we will go back to Brophy and River City in lanes 4 and 5. So we will let this shake out just a little bit here. We will let these crews settle down a little bit. These are U17 quads, so maybe they're a little extra energetic and enthusiastic, which we love to see out on the water. We love a little bit of drama, and we are seeing that now here again in lanes 2 and 3. Los Gatos B and Long Beach Junior Crew, who are almost bow ball to bow ball now, about 2.5, almost 3 as we speak, boat lengths behind Los Gatos A in lane 1. We're going to try to get some numbers here for you. Los Gatos A really just ripping on it here at about a 35 still. Then we go lane 2, Los Gatos B, 35. And lane 3, again, who got fourth in this event last year, starting to walk away at the 1,000-meter mark at a 40. So still a pretty blistering pace. We are watching them get their hands away really, really quickly here. So they are taking no time at the finish. Hands in and away, blasting off the blocks. And you know what? I have to say, they are actually starting to move just a teeny bit, walking away from lane 2, Los Gatos, and starting to crawl up a little bit on Los Gatos A in lane 1. Now, Los Gatos A in lane 1, again, still nice and long. They're letting the boat do a little bit of work for them there, but Long Beach Junior is just on fire. Absolute blistering pace here. Again, getting the hands away so quickly, and they are just chopping it to death here. Boom, boom, boom.
Well, blistering is the word. Right before the halfway markers, they were almost at a 41. Right now, they're at a 39.5. That's the Long Beach boat that was in third place and now is in second place, overtaking the B boat from Los Gatos in lane 2. So Los Gatos' B boat is now in third place as this Long Beach crew holds on to this high stroke rate. It's really high. It's typically a stroke rate you'd see for a start or a sprint, but they're doing it in the body of their race. The trailing boats continue to be Brophy and River City B on the outside lanes. They have yet to catch up to these three top boats, but way out in front is Los Gatos A in the men's U17 quad semifinal number 1. They now have about 100 meters of open water between themselves and Long Beach in second and Los Gatos B in third. All boats now hitting 1,500 meters. That's 500 meters to go for semifinal number 1. The last two trailing boats have now crossed 1,500 meters. That would be Brophy and River City B. River City having a little bit of a steering issue here out in the outside lane, but not affecting any crews around them. So far a clean race, just a little bit difficult steering it down the course with this headwind. Tapping a few buoys with their oars. Now steering far back over to the starboard side. Brophy in lane 4 doing a better job steering. River City has now left their lane and gone into lane 6. They are normally in lane 5, but now they've gone to lane 6. But they're not interfering with any crews, so the referees are allowing it to continue as long as it's safe. Way out here in front, though, holy cow, the A boat from Los Gatos charging across the line, looking like a U19 quad, if you ask me, followed by Long Beach, and then the B boat from Los Gatos. Brophy and the red unis out there right in the middle. Brophy and the red unis, they were having a really good race there with River City B, but River City B decided to move over a lane and get away from them, and now they are in 4th place. 3 boats to the grand final. Looks like 2 boats from Los Gatos and Long Beach. That is unofficial, as we now move on to the next semifinal for the men's U17 quads. Semifinal number 2 of the men's U17 quads now underway. Lane 1, Newport Seabase. Lane 2, River City. Lane 3, North Bay. Lane 4, Berkeley High School. Lane 5, Los Gatos C boat. And lane 6, Brophy B. All crews out of the starting blocks down the course. Lots of overlap here. It's still very early in the race. Once they clear breakage, the race becomes official, and it appears that we are at that point. Headwind continues here, pushing all the crews around a little bit as the wind is coming a little bit direct on or a little bit from the southwest at times. It's going to affect the steering, but so far so good, Whitney. This race looks cleaner than the last one at this point in terms of steering.
Yeah, it sure does. Perhaps they had a moment longer to just relax a little bit at the starting line and kind of collect themselves before just taking off and blasting off the blocks. But we're still seeing some pretty good speeds here. Again, this is lane 1, so we are looking at Newport Seabase, again, stroked by Colby Ranney. They got 5th in this event last year, And then right next to them, we have a 3-boat race for second, which is pretty exciting, shaping up here as we cross the 500 here. River City, North Bay, and Berkeley High. River City A got second in this event last year. They are in lane 2 and starting to perhaps take a slight lead over the other two, North Bay and Berkeley High. But it is still Newport Seabase walking away with this in lane 1. Again, opening up just a little bit of water. They have detached from the bow of River City and are starting to make a move. River City looking at a little bit of steering. They are headed over to starboard just to take a look at North Bay, and perhaps will go back to the center now that they've gotten up close and personal there, although North Bay also was pushed. So sometimes when these crews move over a little bit, they actually intimidate some of the other crews to be pushed over as well, which is really unfortunate in a race like this. So it's difficult to hold your ground when another crew is coming in, but sometimes that is the better call. We don't know here. That is up to the crew to choose to do that or not. So it looks like both crews now back in their lanes. We're looking at River City in second, North Bay in third, and Berkeley High in fourth. And it is still Newport Seabase running away with it.
As semifinal number 2 of the men's U17 quads come down the course, Berkeley in 4th place is at a 36, trying very hard to pull in the next crew closest to him. That would be North Bay. North Bay in that 3rd qualifying position to go on to the grand final. Newport Seabase and River City in lanes 1 and 2. They are the top 2 boats right now coming down the course. They have an open water advantage between themselves and the remaining field. But Berkeley does have their work cut out for them. They're down about half a boat length of open water from North Bay. And in a headwind, that is not an easy thing to overcome. Typically in the headwind, the crew will get a little bit more layback to bow to get that extra swing to almost punch a hole into the wind so that the boat doesn't come to a stop or slow down in between strokes due to a strong headwind. Berkeley's steering is still a little bit random, kind of all over their lane. They have their starboard blades over the buoy line now. The other crews are doing a better job, a cleaner job of rowing as they come down the course.
Although we did just see North Bay go from the far starboard side back to the center again. So a little bit of steering here again from a few of these crews. Again, as we mentioned before, the steering can be a little bit tricky when you are steering with the tow. It does take a little bit of experience when you are not only pushing off of your footboards, but you have to go side to side as well, left to right, port to starboard, with just the touch of a tow one direction or another, and your rudder is the size of a credit card. So they can be quite touchy, especially at these speeds. So it does take a little bit of practice for these athletes to tow one of these boats. Most of them doing a pretty good job in kind of finding their way back into the center. So as we come up to the 1,500 meter mark, it looks like we are still in the same order. Again, Newport Seabase, River City, North Bay, in that order, Berkeley. And we are just looking at Newport Seabase with, some might call this a horizon ahead. Now, I want to be conservative and say horizon because, of course, we never know what could happen here. It's not over until it's over. But Newport Seabase, stroked by Colby Ranney, looking very good.
Yeah, we used to say when we were that far ahead, we'll see you when you get back to the dock. We're pulling our boats out of the water and you're still racing. That's what it looks like here for Newport Seabase. They're so far ahead that it's super comfortable for them, and yet they're still maintaining an excellent race cadence to try to take all the water they can. And just in case tomorrow is too windy to race, you never know, right? Today's time may become critical for the referees to determine which boats are the best and potentially move on to nationals. So smart racing by Newport Seabase here to treat this semifinal almost like a grand final and go for as fast a time as they can get.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Very, very smart racing. And also just really, really good blade work, too. This is a well-executed race, even if it's not all of the cards that we can see. We know that during a grand final, obviously, when everybody's pushed, you usually see a little bit more juice from the squeeze. But here we go, seeing Newport Seabase cross the line in first, doing a really great job there. River City coming in second. North Bay coming in third, Berkeley in fourth, Los Gatos C in fifth, and Brophy B in sixth. So a bit of a spread here. Again, I will be very curious to see what happens again in the grand final tomorrow. So we're really set up for an exciting final. Well done, and we will let these crews cross the line here. We have Los Gatos and Brophy coming into the final 250 meters. And we have a start for the women's youth Cox 4. In lane 1, NorCal. Lane 2, Newport. Lane 3, Marin. Lane 4, Capital. Lane 5, Berkeley. Lane 6, Marina. And lane 7, Long Beach. And we have a few little individual races shaping up already. It looks like lanes 1 and 2, that is NorCal and Newport, although I'm going to give the advantage to Newport by a few seats as they are already starting to move literally as I am speaking. So Newport A, stroked by Lily Gonzalez, who got first in this event last year, is already starting to walk away. Then we go to NorCal in lane 1. Then we jump over to Marin in lane 3, Capital in lane 4, Berkeley in lane 5, looks like Marina in 6, and Long Beach in 7th. So almost in lane order there, except for Newport in lane 2, that is our current leader.
And the Women's Youth 4 semifinal number 1, now approaching the halfway markers. As you heard Whitney call out, early leaders are the top 2 boats from lanes 1 and 2, NorCal and Newport. Both rowing at a low stroke rate here. That Newport boat in lane 2 really rowing at a low, comfortable stroke rate here, keeping pace with NorCal in lane 1. Further back in third place, we go to Marin. Marin in that third qualifying position. Bow astern behind Marin is Capital Crew in lane 4. Capital Crew actually falling back about a seat open water behind Marin. So that's going to be tough in a headwind to try to catch them. Marin always showing a lot of strength in the second half of their races. So if you're going to make a move on Marin, you got to do it early on and then hang with them because they are strong in the second half. Behind Capital, we have Berkeley High School. Berkeley's back several boat lengths of open water, and then we go back to Marina and Long Beach. So quite spread out here, Whitney. Women's Cox Fours, what do you think?
Well, I think the Cox 4 is a great race. It's very exciting. It takes a lot of discipline, again, to move these boats well, and it's lucky to have a coxswain sometimes. So, again, they can kind of put their heads down and just do the work. But I think we're going to see some really strong athletes here, not only in these fours, but in some of these other boats as well. So a lot of these athletes will have multiple races. And, again, we'll see multiple entries from these same clubs. Whew, if I can get all that out. So we are still looking at NorCal here in first, followed very closely again by Newport A. So looking really good here. Again, they're in this nice flat part of the water. It's a little bit protected here. These coxswains may be getting a little bit of glare. So the thing that gets a little bit tricky with being in a bow loader like this is when you get down that low to the surface of the water, you have the sun glare against the ripples with the wind. So it gets a little bit tricky sometimes to see those buoys that close to the water. So these coxswains seem to be doing a great job keeping their boats in the center of the lane, coming straight down the course. So it doesn't look like that much has changed, actually, in terms of boat speed and placement. But these coxswains and athletes doing a great job just securing that first, second, and third places for that grand final.
Well, I'd agree, and the water does get a little nicer in the second half of the course. It's kind of blowing through the middle and down to the starting line in the first half. So coming into cleaner water, really helping the crews in their second half of the race to go for it, put the hammer down, and take more water. And that's exactly what NorCal has done here in lane 1 as they continue to push away from Newport and Marin. Newport and Marin in that second and third place position. These three crews looking to meet each other again tomorrow in the grand final where they'll race for medals and a bid to the USRowing Youth National Championships in Sarasota, Florida. But right now it's all about NorCal as they cross the line first in semifinal number 1 of the Women's Youth 4, followed by Newport and then Marin, with Capital chasing in fourth, and then Berkeley High School, Marina, and Long Beach Junior Crew. And now semifinal number 2 of the Women's Youth 4 is underway. Lane assignments are Lake Casitas, lane 1, Oakland Strokes, lane 2, River City, lane 3, Pacific, lane 4, San Diego Rowing Club, lane 5, Newport B, lane 6, and Zlack Rowing Club, lane 7. What a great race here for lanes 1 through 4. 4 boats racing for 3 qualifying spots. Early leader is going to be lane 2, Oakland Strokes, and they're followed closely by Casitas and River City. Those 3 boats with overlap at this point. In 4th place, Pacific Rowing Club. Pacific trying to catch River City and take that position away from them. This is going to be a tough race all the way down the lake. San Diego Rowing Club, Newport B, and Zlack are in the 3 trailing positions now as these crews have moved past 500 meters. Lane 2, Oakland, continues to push away from lane 1, Lake Casitas. Lake Casitas is in the bright green boat. You can't miss them. It's almost fluorescent green. They continue to hold on to that second place position. As they look across their starboard oars, they see River City and Pacific fighting it out for third place. Now, right now, third place does belong to River City Rowing Club. They've got 4 seats over Pacific as we approach the halfway markers. This is semifinal number 2 for the women's youth 4s. 3 boats move on to the grand final. Right now, those 3 boats look to be Oakland Strokes, Lake Casitas, and River City, with Pacific in hot pursuit of River City. Field is starting to spread out a little bit more here, Whitney, as the Oakland Strokes have been strong from the start. Lake Casitas, though, hanging with them here. Lake Casitas is matching their speed, but just not moving up on them at this point. And also, River City Rowing Club in lane 3, also matching the speed of Lake Casitas, almost pulling even with them now. And in the process, River City is now pulling away from 4th place Pacific Rowing Club. Now, these are bow loader 4s, so Whitney, what would you do as a coxswain, being that you can't see your rowers, but you've got to call this race and keep them in it?
I love that question so much. Obviously, as a coxswain, I've spent quite a bit of time getting my ab workouts in these bow loaders because they take quite a bit of poise and discipline to sit up there in the bow. So it's actually a little bit more work than it looks like. So hats off to these coxswains. But really what you have to do is, because you have such a small field of vision, is you have to keep your eyes on a swivel at all times, your head on a swivel at all times. Look around and make sure that you can see everybody in your field of view, and the ones that are just behind, breathing down your neck in your blind spot, you have to make sure you're communicating with your stroke seat and making sure that they are telling you if somebody is making a move or coming up behind you. So you have to have a good relationship with that stroke seat or stroke pair to kind of give you the heads up to communicate with you that somebody's making a move. But other than that, you're looking through the cockpit on either side as much as you can and trying to stay down in that bow as well. So sometimes you'll see less experienced coxswains sitting up real tall, sitting up out of the seat. You want to try to stay down and stay a little bit more aero in that seat. And we're seeing that now from all 3 of these coxswains with this race shaping up that's happening for 2nd and 3rd right now.
Well, that is a fantastic explanation, and I'm noticing that River City Coxswain is staying very calm in her boat, and they've now pushed ahead by half a deck into 2nd place. It's Oakland, River City, and now Lake Casitas in 3rd, with Pacific continuing in 4th, and then back to the trailing boats from San Diego, Newport B, and Zlack in the Women's Youth 4, semifinal number 2. Now, River City had a really strong second 500, and now as they hit this third 500, they're doing a great job here. They've got 4 seats now. 4 seats as they move past Lake Casitas into the third 500 meters. That's a lot of composure, and I know that the coxswain of that River City boat, they got to keep an eye on that Lake Casitas boat.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only that, but I can actually see the wake of this Oakland boat that's in first. So we're seeing the wake sandwiched in between Casitas and River City. River City actually getting up pretty close here into that blind spot of Oakland Strokes. Oakland Strokes is going to want to be a little bit careful there and just kind of make sure that they are keeping an eye on River City, who is really starting to make quite a charge, because we can still see the wakes again from that Oakland Strokes boat, stroked by Geneva Johnson, who can probably see that River City boat starting to creep up behind them. Again, we'll get margins in just a little bit. But as the wind starts to pick up here, we are watching River City make a charge on Oakland, and Casitas trying to maintain their contact with River City.
River City understroking Lake Casitas by 1. River City at a 34, Casitas at a 35. Oakland also at about a 33.5, 34. River City has been really strong here in the second 1,000, taking water consistently away from Casitas. That puts them in a good position to move on to the grand final, but it also makes me wonder, wow, that could be a really good crew to watch tomorrow in the grand final based on how they just did here. So good showing for all 3 of these boats. They're moving on. They'll see each other again, but River City keeps moving up on the field.
Absolutely. And, we are looking at a little bit of wind disturbance here in all three of these crews that we are seeing right now in first, second, and third. You can see those blades getting flown up into the air just a little bit like kites as they come towards the catch and get those blades up in the air. So we're getting a little bit of gusty wind, but it doesn't seem to be bothering Oakland Strokes, who is about to cross the line in first. Stroked by Geneva Johnson, but here comes River City in lane 3 with the charge from Casitas. Incredible finish.
Incredible finish, and I know for a fact that 3 of the rowers in that River City boat are lightweights, so that's a phenomenal job into a headwind like this.
Absolutely, and lightweights I love to see race because they always race with a little chip on their shoulder, don't they?
Yes, they do.
And we have NAC in lane 6, that is Newport. Stroked by Evan Wainberg. That is Newport B in lane 6, crossing the line next. And then San Diego Rowing Club in lane 5, followed by Zlak in lane 7. And that will wrap up the women's Coxed 4. It's a very exciting finish there. Oakland, River City, and Casitas moving on to the grand final. All right, and we have a start for the men's youth double. This will be a 7-boat race. In lane 1, Los Gatos. Lane 2, Redwood Scullers. Lane 3, Los Gatos B. Lane 4, Brophy. Lane 5, Redwood Scullers B. Lane 6, California Yacht Club A. And lane 7, Channel Islands. And right now, it looks like our current leader, but not by much, is Brophy in lane 4, followed very closely by Los Gatos A in lane 1. These two are bow ball to bow ball, but Brophy, stroked by Brody Jennings, is really working hard to try to get ahead. And here we are looking at lane 7. That is Channel Islands, stroked by Isaac Moose. If you remember that name, we saw him in the single. Here he is again, making another appearance in the double. We knew it would happen, and here we're seeing it now. And we have a 3-boat race shaping up with lane 1, Los Gatos A, lane 3, Los Gatos B, lane 4, Brophy, and then just a little bit back, let's see, I'm trying to get you a better margin on that. Bow and stern decks overlapped with Redwood Scullers A, stroked by Wyatt Dent. If you remember, that's a familiar name as well. So a lot of returning names in these doubles. And again, we do want to point out, too, that in the doubles here, when there's a little bit of a headwind, it does take these boats a little bit longer to go through an entire 2K. So even while rowing well, they're so much lighter than some of the big boats. They don't exactly move through the water like tanks or like icebreaker ships. You know, they're a little bit lighter, a little bit quicker, so they get blown around a little bit more. But these guys are handling these boats so well, and they're doing a great job here. Again, a lot of these athletes are very experienced scullers. We've seen them in the singles, and we are seeing them now in the doubles, and a few of them in the quads. So this is a race that I am very excited to see a grand final for, because just the way this semi is shaping up is already quite exciting.
I couldn't agree more, Whitney. Looking at these semis, I think we're going to see grand finals where it's going to be hard to call who's in what place because the boats are going to be so close together. Right now it's fairly easy in the semis, but it will not be in the grand final. So that's going to be great racing across the board. So right now, leader Los Gatos A, we've seen that before today, this weekend. Los Gatos doing a great job again, but Redwood Scullers And Los Gatos B in lanes 2 and 3, dead even now, almost bow ball to bow ball. That's going to be a real dogfight for the second 1,000. Open water behind them, we go back to Brophy and Redwood Scholars B, and then to the outside lanes, Cal Yacht Club and Channel Islands. So a lot of credit here. Wyatt Dent, who's stroking that Redwood Scholars A boat, he is staying long and strong into this very, very consistent headwind here. He's not letting it rattle him or slow him down, and it's now showing in his perseverance as they overtake Los Gatos B to have that second place position.
Now, you have a lot of experience coaching all different boat classes here, from the smaller boats like this all the way up to the 8s. Now, would you say that there's any difference in the ratings that would be coming down the course? Now, obviously, the elements matter, whether we have different winds and things like that. But let's say in conditions like this, are we going to see too many different rating changes in a small boat like this versus, let's say, a 4 or an 8, like a bigger boat?
Well, yeah, you would, and it depends on if you're a lightweight or a heavyweight. So my lightweight double that won nationals in 2013 or 2012, excuse me, we had to do things. We had to have different race plans for different weather conditions. We had to sometimes push the rate, sometimes drop the rate. Sometimes you clam up on the oars, sometimes you don't. Typically, a heavier crew can muscle their way into the wind and just swing into it. A lighter crew sometimes has to just take on a higher rate in order to keep up with the heavier rowers. So I think that's what we're seeing here. I think we're seeing the Redwood Scholars outstroking Los Gatos a little bit and just saying we've got to take this with a rate and muscle and not just rely on mass, so to speak.
Yeah, you're right. That's a great explanation here, too. And again, a lot of these athletes are going to get really competitive here, but we have to remember we're just trying to get into the grand finals. So while we have so many of these athletes that are so worthy of being in a grand final, that's kind of what's making this semi so exciting, is that because only 3 move on, we have so many, again, that easily could on any day squeak into a grand final like this. So it's really, it's all up in the air right now. So it's very exciting here. And we're looking at lanes 4 and 5 on our screens now, Brophy and Redwood Scholars. But keep an eye here on Los Gatos coming down the chute in first. Again, a name that we have heard quite a few times today. Redwood Scholars in lane 2. Followed by Los Gatos B. And as of now, those are your top 3 qualifiers into the grand final, with a whole other race shaping up right behind them. So we've got Brophy, Redwood Scholars B, and California Yacht Club. But keep an eye, Channel Islands, that is Isaac Moose in 7th there. Looks like he will be out of the running for the grand final here. He will move on in the single. Unfortunately, not the double today, but again, could be anybody's day. And we have the start of the semifinal 2 of 2 for the men's youth double. Lane 1, Newport. Lane 2, Long Beach. Lane 3, River City. Lane 4, Tempe. Lane 5, Waterford. Lane 6, Waterford B. And lane 7, Marin A. And again, we are only a minute into this race. So about a minute into a race, we see actually a lot of changes. There's a lot that happens. So to the outside eye, it may be a little bit hard to tell. But when we take off the blocks, we actually start with fractions of strokes, right? We're just trying to get a solid freight train up to speed at this time. So we're going to go into a few different fractions to get these boats up to speed, do about 15, 20 high strokes, maybe 25 if you're a little bit behind, and then sort of settle into a base pace. Well, settle, I say conservatively, because a lot of these boats have kept going with what seems like their high strokes. They just keep going and going and going. So here we are crossing the 500 now at about 150 on the clock, and these boats should just now be starting to kind of separate a little bit. So let's take a look and see if we can get some margins for you as we see on the screen.
Lane 1 and 5 in the lead. That's going to be Newport and Waterford. Those are the top two boats, followed by lane number 2, Long Beach. But right next to Long Beach are two other teams, River City in lane 3 and Tempe Juniors in lane 4. So we have 5 boats racing for 3 qualifying positions. We then go back to the outside lanes, lanes 6 and 7, Waterford B. And then lane 7 is Marin A. Those two crews in the outside lanes, not in position to qualify right now, racing cleanly, however. But it's now become a 4-boat race for the last 2 qualifying positions as lane 1 Newport keeps pushing away from the field now with a full boat length of open water. Lane 2 Long Beach in second. Lane 3 River City in third. Barely holding off Tempe Junior Crew. Tempe Junior Crew barely holding off Waterford A. So you've got those 4 boats fighting for the last 2 qualifying positions, and it's Long Beach in second, River City in third. But Whitney, this is anybody's race right now for second, third, and fourth and fifth place.
I mean, wow, you are right about that. 3:25 again into this race, and not that much is changing. Just like you said, we are looking at, let's see, I mean, I can't even tell back and forth. It's literally who is at the catch and who is at the finish, starting with lanes 2. But right now it looks like lane 3, River City, in that bright orange boat, stroked by Atticus Keys. It's starting to push just a little bit more, I think getting a little bit frustrated perhaps with lane 2, Long Beach, trying to break away from them. But at the same time, Long Beach looks like has brought the rate up just a little bit. You can see them pushing a little bit harder in that second half, a little bit more send happening in that Long Beach crew in lane 2, stroked by Mason Raudebush. But again, River City starting to make a little bit of a move again, but still Long Beach Junior Crew just a little bit ahead, and then still trailing and connected is Tempe in lane 4 in those nice purple unisuits there.
Well, one thing I'm noticing, Whitney, is a Long Beach at 37, River City at 32.5. And now River City overtaking Long Beach by just half a deck at a much lower stroke rate. So that's a lot of strength and power coming out of that River City boat as they move and challenge Long Beach for second place. Long Beach now is the vulnerable boat, much more vulnerable, as lane 4, Tempe Junior Crew, has their bow ball at the stroke seat of Long Beach. So that Long Beach stroke seat, he's got to look across and deal with both River City and Tempe Junior Crew as they come into the second half of this race course. And that's a lot to ask for, in addition to dealing with the wind, not to mention the fatigue of the race. But great push here by River City to overtake Long Beach. Long Beach still hanging tough with River City, and Tempe Junior Crew hanging tough with Long Beach.
5.5 minutes into this race, and you have to remember that even with a little bit of a headwind too, which is just an extra element that these crews have to deal with, these rows take a little bit longer to get through a 2,000 meters. So because they're smaller boats, because we have a little bit of a headwind, they just take a little bit longer. So these athletes have to keep powering. When we say that they're low rates, powerful strokes here, again, that's like doing deadlift after deadlift after deadlift. So it is so much more exhausting than these athletes make it look. And that is what really is a testament to the coaching here and the experience in these small boats. River City getting a little bit close to that starboard side there on the buoys. Hopefully they can get back into the center. But they are going to have to see where they can go from here, because it looks like these other two crews are absolutely not letting up. Here we have Newport, Long Beach, River City, Tempe, all vying for that those first 3 spots.
400 meters to go. It's in the lead, continues to be Newport, followed now by River City in second, and Long Beach Junior Crew down half a boat length in third. 3 boats go to the grand final. This is semifinal number 2 of the men's youth doubles. They want to meet again in the grand final and see who's going to go to youth nationals. River City moving from third into second. Gutsy move. They've held on to it. Long Beach, though, hanging tough with River City. And Tempe Junior Crew, now they're trying to make a move and get up, and they've got their bow ball now at the bow seat of Long Beach. This could become a photo finish at the finish line.
Oh, you are right about Tempe. I have them bringing the rate up to at least a 39.40 now. So Tempe has really just turned on the afterburners here. They are gunning for Long Beach and River City, but already overlapping Long Beach. So decks overlapped here, bow and stern. Tempe, again, just on fire here as they try to make it into that third place spot. What a race this is shaping up to be. Here we go. Lane number 1, that is Newport. Then we look at River City in the bright orange shell, followed by Long Beach in lane 2. A bit of a heartbreak there for Tempe, who really gave it their all. Turn on the afterburners there. Again, such an impressive finish. Again, this could be anybody's race on any given day. A lot of these crews are so close and so tight that these grand finals are going to be really exciting tomorrow.
And next race that is in the starting blocks, and we are waiting for the flag to drop any moment now. And we have a start. There we go. We're on the way. Men's U16 eights, semifinal number 1. 6 boats on the course, all boats rowing cleanly. Once we clear 100 meters, which is the breakage line, the race becomes official.
And breakage as well means that there are actual breakage problems with some of the equipment. That doesn't mean you jump your seat. So if you jump your seat, that is your problem. That is on you. So that is literally if an oar breaks, a rigger breaks, there's actual equipment breakage. So not if you make a mistake or jump the start. So unfortunately, you are out of it if that happens. But we do have a clean start. It looks like now 50 seconds into the race. And it looks like we have almost 2 different races going on here. But again, so early on.
This has already separated out amazingly quickly, Whitney. The lanes 1 through 3 just exploded out of the starting blocks, and they've already separated themselves from the 3 trailing crews. So lane 1 Marin, lane 3 Capital, and lane 2 NorCal are your top 3 boats here in the men's U16-8s semifinal number 1. That third place boat from NorCal, they are bow to stern ahead of 4th place Marin B. Marin B, half a boat length ahead of Oakland Strokes, and then trailing is NorCal B. But Capital, the hometown team, they're in 2nd place here, and they're trying to move up on the Marin boat. So they're down about 3 or 4 seats at 500 meters in, and Capital could end up moving into the lead here, Whitney, as we move into the second 500 meters. That Capital boat showing a lot of strength and a lot of guts here. And look at that. They're almost dead even now with Marin. The third place boat, NorCal, they've got to watch out for the entire field behind them now. Getting a stroke rate for Capital as they challenge Marin. Capital currently coming down the course at 35.5 strokes per minute. That's matching Marin, and it's working well. This is really being a fight. Now, the Marin coxswain looking over, he doesn't like close races like this. He's calling for his crew to give him a little extra to get a little separation, but I'm sure the Capital coxswain is doing the same as they know this body of water better than anyone else. NorCal continues in third, holding off Marin's B boat, as well as the Oakland Strokes and the B boat from NorCal.
That's right, and this is where the artistry comes along in the coxing because, well, you are neck and neck, bow ball to bow ball with another crew like that, and it can get a little bit stressful, especially when no one is making a move and you're just sitting there bow ball to bow ball for so many strokes. At some point, you have to ask your crew for a little bit more, but you also can't do it too soon. You have to be very strategic about when you ask for those moves because you only have a finite amount of what I call turbo in the tank that you can actually ask of your crew before they literally don't have any more to give. And sometimes you need to save a little bit of that to the end, which takes a little bit of restraint and a little bit of patience. So in young crews like this, I don't know if we're going to see that or not. Again, we are constantly surprised, which keeps us very, very excited up here watching this armada of shells coming down the beach here, the U16-8s. But again, we are seeing almost 2 different races going on as we speak.
It continues to be the top 2, Marin and Capital. Marin now has pulled away about 4 to 5 seats over Capital, but Capital, actually we're changing the camera angle here, Marin's going to be about a stern advantage over Capital, but Capital still in a very good second place position, holding off NorCal in lane 2. That's NorCal's A boat. NorCal does have 2 boats in this race. Now, Capital and Marin were equal on speed first 1,000, but Marin turned it on, and they continued to take water away from Capital, but Capital's still looking good. The second race you hear about, back behind, the Marin B boat in lane 4, Oakland Strokes and NorCal B. They're trailing in the outside lanes, struggling a little bit here to match speed. I don't predict an outcome that's going to change here. I think the question is, NorCal, that crew in third place, how much closer the other crew is going to get to that boat?
Yeah.
And a question for you, Whitney. These young men, these are young boys, right, under U16. How much more work does it take by a coxswain to keep these young teenage boys under control and focused?
Oh, it's like herding cats. Once you let them go, they are going to go. But it's what the curse is also the blessing, because the same thing that, you know, the same amount of energy that they let off, you know, in these races is also the gift, again, as we say, because we also don't know what their ceiling is. And a lot of times these younger athletes find another gear that they didn't even know that they had. So it's really fun to watch these young athletes that are just enthusiastic enthusiastic to race and to get out there. So, well, it takes a little bit of restraint, and again, herding cats, a little bit of collecting their energy here and there. It's also fun to just let them go and say, hey, let's see what we can do, and they'll go for you. So
no doubt.
that is definitely what we're seeing here in this Marin boat, who I know is coached by Tim Humphrey, who is a phenomenal coach here. I know that he works very, very hard getting these guys technically sound, and is also very good at training a second half of the race. So if I'm, again, a betting woman, which I have been all day, even though I say I'm not, I am going to put my money on Marin having a very strong second half of this race.
Well, they are. You called that right. And Capital still holding off NorCal here about astern. So question is, what's going to happen tomorrow in the grand final? Are we going to see even more coming out of all these boats? Even more coming out of the leader boats like Marin here in the lead? They look pretty comfortable, but they are still charging hard. So good job for Marin in the lead again. Capital in second. That's Capital Crew from here at Lake Natoma in that second qualifying position. And then NorCal A. This is semifinal number 1 of the men's U16-8s, now coming to the line. 3 boats to advance. Unofficially, Marin, Capital, and NorCal.
What a performance that turned out to be. Look at that Capital Crew boat, that bow seat slapping the water there. A lot of very excited guys in those boats there qualifying for the grand final. So I will be very curious to see tomorrow as these last few crews bring it home. I'll be very curious to see what some of these other crews can bring and get a little bit closer to that Marin boat. But I don't know. Marin looked pretty strong there. So we'll see. We'll see what they throw down on the table for tomorrow, but very well raced to all of those crews. Thanks for giving us such an exciting race. We will swing back up to the starting line here for semifinal 2 of the U16-8s.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special announcement here as we announce the next race. Men's U16-8 semifinal number 2. Two things to point out here. Lane 3 will be empty. Lane 3 will be empty, so don't expect to see that. And lane 6 is racing with only 7 rowers. Or is that lane 3? No, that's lane 3 in lane 6.
Who has perhaps moved to lane 6.
Lane 3 was moved to lane 7, and they're only racing with 7 rowers. So something happened there. We don't know what, but they are doing a great job. Whitney, look at this. Lane 3, which is in lane 7, as we come out of the lanes here, or come out of the start, they're in 4th place with only 7 rowers. In the lead is Newport Seabase, followed by Pacific, and then Los Gatos. But then North Bay, with only 7 rowers, is in 4th place. What is going on here? This is amazing.
I mean, this is pretty unbelievable. This is a crew that is rowing with a vengeance here, doing a really great job. Marina in lane 6, really keeping up with the first, second, and third place crews. So again, it looks like Newport Seabase and Pacific, who got 4th in this event last year, neck and neck, bow ball to bow ball here with Los Gatos in lane 2. Trailing just a little bit, but still connected and sandwiched in between Pacific and Seabase. And then we have another race going on between the 7-man crew of Marina and then St. Ignatius and North Bay. Okay, so we apologize. We've had a lot of shifting around here. We are trying to get word from the starting line and where everything is ending up here. So our apologies. We're going to do the best we can.
So Marina Aquatic Center is in lane 6, but North Bay, who was supposed to be in lane 3, because of the medical emergency, moved to lane 7, and they are only rowing with 7 rowers, and they're doing an amazing job. So here we have, they're coming down the course, 7 rowers keeping up with 8 and all the other crews. The leader continues to be lane 1, Newport Seabase. This is the men's U16-8 semifinal number 2. Lanes 1, 2, and 4 are the leaders. But North Bay, lane 3, is really in lane 7 with only 7 rowers. Can you keep track of that, folks? We'll help you as they come down the lake. But North Bay doing a super job here in 4th place.
We'll see if we can help you here, too. Looks like we're having a little bit of steering happening in the Newport Seabase boat, moving over to that starboard side just a little bit. But I am amazed at this 7-man crew here. This is really impressive. That's also difficult to steer from a coxswain's perspective. So you can tell she is very likely to be pulled over to one side, probably the port side for her, since we are missing a port stroke seat. So those starboards will probably be swinging that boat around just a little bit, and she's going to have to stay on her rudder there, which is unfortunate because that does slow the boat down just a little bit. But they're doing a great job staying in the mix.
Very good point about the rudder correction with the imbalance of rowers on either side. But, wow, what a performance so far. Well, back to the leaders, Newport Seabase continues to dominate this from the Newport Beach area of Southern California. Los Gatos in 2nd place doing a great job. And Pacific in lane 4, they are in 3rd. Los Gatos and Newport Seabase now past the halfway markers. Newport Seabase is up 6 seats over Los Gatos. Los Gatos with a little bit of open water over 3rd place Pacific in lane 4. Now out in lane 7, that's North Bay. They should be in lane 3, but they're in 7 because of a referee decision, and they're hanging tough with Marina Aquatic Center and St. Ignatius. And in fact, Marina Aquatic Center has now fallen back
Unbelievable.
to 6th place, and the 7-boat crew from North Bay, I want to say that again, 7 rowers. 7 rowers are now overtaking SI and are in 4th place.
Imagine if they had all 8. What a race we'd be seeing. This is absolutely incredible. I don't know that I've ever actually seen this happen.
I have never seen this happen. They are pulling for their missing teammate, who unfortunately had to be pulled from the boat, but they are making this race in memory of him.
Yeah, absolutely. And what an honor. I mean, this is really an incredible performance. I don't know that I've ever had this happen to me or seen this happen. This is a really incredible performance here. And we swoop back up to the leaders here. Again, it is Newport Seabase and then Los Gatos, who's still connected, and then Pacific, I believe, in lane 4 there again, who got 4th in this event last year, hanging in there with that empty lane in between. But it is the first two, Newport Seabase and Los Gatos, who are eyeing each other. We're seeing a little bit of steering here. Again, younger crews, younger coxswains, so sometimes when they get sucked into another boat race like this, they actually take the rudder with them and kind of look where they move the rudder. So sometimes that happens. So we're seeing a little bit of steering corrections in these first two crews. But right now, Newport Seabase and Los Gatos in lane 2.
And they're both stroke for stroke. On my stroke watch, they're both doing about 36 strokes per minute, and they now have 500 meters to go. Pacific continues in third, which would put them into the grand final. And then how about that North Bay boat? Still in fourth place, ahead of St. Ignatius and Marina Quonic, both crews of which have 8 rowers.
I mean, this is unbelievable. This is quite a performance for the ages, so I hope this coach is very proud of what we're seeing here.
I sure hope that North Bay tank gets out and starts cheering for this boat, because they're doing a super job out there in lane 7. And lane 7 it's like being out there all by yourself, away from everybody, all the way across the lake. So they could use a little shout out as they come by.
Absolutely, and we wanted drama, and here we're getting it now. We are seeing some very high drama again. Lane 1, Seabase, starting to move away at least 6 seats, if not 7 now, over Los Gatos in lane 2. And then we are seeing Pacific trailing just a little bit. Again, I don't have a perfect margin on that, but we are watching Newport Seabase right now bring the rate up to try to secure that spot. Again, top 3 crews will move on. So right now it is Seabase, Los Gatos, and Pacific.
As the crews come into the last 250, that back half, we're watching lane 7, that 7-rower boat from North Bay in a really great race with St. Ignatius. They were ahead of them by about half a boat length. And as they come into the last 250 here, holy cow, this is the race I've never seen before at Lake Natoma. It's a 7-boat crew, a 7-rower crew taking on other crews with 8 rowers and doing a heck of a job. Pacific coming in now for third, moving on to the grand final tomorrow for the U16 8. And then is it going to be North Bay with only 7 rowers taking fourth place?
I mean, this is really unbelievable. That 7-seat doing a phenomenal job, stepping in as the stroke, communicating with that coxswain who probably feels like she's on an island by herself.
They're going to do it.
And they're absolutely going to do it. Incredible.
With open water.
Open water.
They've got open water for fourth place with only 7 rowers. Even I'm clapping.
That's a standing ovation
amazing.
for me. That is unbelievable. Really well done to North Bay there. Stroke Miles Carney, unfortunately unable to join. But very well done to that 7-seat, and that coxswain should really be congratulated on a smart performance there. Really, really smart row.
That was. Ooh.
If you are still on the beach, make sure you are giving a big round of applause to North Bay here, the 7-man crew. Again, our hats off to you here at the finish line. Really well rowed. All right, and here we go with the start of the women's U17 quad. In lane 1, Xavier Prep. Lane 2, Tempe. Lane 3, North Bay. Lane 4, Marina, and lane 5, Newport. And we are looking at Marina making a pretty severe steering correction along with Newport, and they are on a collision course. Ugh.
Oh, boy. Clashing oars
Flashing
now.
oars in lanes 4 and 5. Marina and Newport trying to separate now as the rest of the field takes off.
Looked like both crews were converging on each other into the same lane there. Clearly steering issues going on with these straight quads, as you've heard. Lanes 1, 2, and 3 rowing a little bit more cleanly. Lane 2 a little close to lane 1 here in semifinal number 1 of the women's U17 quads. Xavier Prep in the lead by half a length over Tempe Junior crew. Tempe Junior now steering to correct North Bay. In lane 3, I think they've had the cleanest course so far of all the crews. But wow, what a mess out there between Marina and Newport as they both converged on each other into the same lane.
Yeah, you're right about that too. And the problem with once those crews start to steer, they overcorrect sometimes and go the other direction, so it becomes more and more messy. And it looks like they're still kind of trying to find their footing in these lanes here. Both of these crews, Marina and Newport, going back into their lane. Newport scooting back over into lane 6 from being in lane, in lane 5. We're crossing some boundaries here, going across different lanes. So it's still our current leader, Xavier Prep, Tempe, and North Bay in lanes 1, 2, and 3 in that order, overlapping. And then we have Marina and Newport just trying to stay straight in their lanes, again, getting close to those buoy lines and each other.
Yeah, that's going to be something to watch and to see if the referees maybe get involved in that race, or the coaches, because that clearly was something very unusual we haven't seen much of today. Now the leaders continue to be lanes 1, 2, and 3, Xavier Prep, Tempe Junior, and North Bay. They have open water, several boat lengths of open water between themselves and the remaining field of Marina and Newport. Marina and Newport, Southern California adversaries here. Maybe they were trying to settle a score there on the water, but they got to do it through the oar handle, not through the steering. And now here we look at them again, kind of converging again and trying to stay away from each other. This is really turning into a challenge for both these boats.
Yeah, it really is. We have Marina almost moving in behind North Bay in lane 3 just a little bit. So kind of trying to move back into lane 4, and then Newport overcorrecting just a little bit back into lane 5. Again, all boats kind of looking down the lanes, trying to find the center again. But again, as I said before, once you start overcorrecting, it's really hard to kind of get back into the center. It's very easy to just keep overcorrecting, and before you know it, you're bouncing back and forth. But up top, it is still our 3 current leaders, the same crews. However, I want to take a look at lane 2, Tempe Junior Crew, who looks like they have slightly overtaken Xavier in lane 1, but just slightly, and then North Bay in lane 3. We will keep an eye on this battle that is shaping up here, but Xavier Prep already back in the lead again. So this is going back and forth very, very quickly as we come towards the 1,000-meter mark.
Semifinal number 1 of the women's U17 quad continues. Dead even now between lanes 1 and 2, Tempe Junior Crew and Xavier Prep, as they exchange positions. One crew takes a move, the other crew responds. It's going back and forth. They're both in a qualifying position for the grand final tomorrow, so this is more personal than it is actually strategic or critical in terms of qualifying. Third place continues to be North Bay. Now, North Bay's had a very good course and a very consistent race here, and they're looking solid. And they're not at the highest stroke rate. They know they're in a good position. They know they can go on to the grand final. They have open water, lots of it, between themselves and the 2 remaining crews from Marina Aquatic Center and Newport Aquatic Center. And when I say open water, I'm talking almost 100 meters, maybe 150 meters. At the greatest amount. So North Bay looking quite comfortable here as they continue down the course. But Marina, look at this again. Marina in lane 4, correcting again as they converged with Newport. They keep getting close together, then moving away. It's back and forth, back and forth. Now actually switching into a different lane. But they're only interfering with each other at this point. So the referees are focusing on the top 3 crews and making sure they keep it clean and go on to the grand final. .500 meters to go. Xavier Prep in the lead. Tempe Junior Crew chasing in second. North Bay in third. These are the women's U17 quads, semifinal number 1. And further behind them, Marina and Newport continue to play bumper cars, or almost bumper cars, as they come down the race course. All right, we're going to make the final call for this semifinal here as they approach 2:50 to go. Women's U17 quad, straight quad, no coxswain involved. Top three to the grand final. Unofficially looking to be Xavier Prep, Tempe Junior Crew, and North Bay, with Marina and Newport chasing in the outside lanes. And the next race underway, the semifinal number 2 of the women's U17 quads. This is clearly a separated race, meaning we've got boats way out in front, 3 of them together, and then boats in the back all together. In the lead, lane 1, Los Gatos. Lane 2, Los Gatos B, and Lane 3, Redwood Scholars. Those are your top 3 women's U17 quads. They're all side by side, pacing one another. Maybe a 2-3 seat advantage to Lane 1, Los Gatos A, but I could see Redwood Scholars is now moving up to possibly take away the first place position at the halfway markers. Going further back, we go to the outside lanes. We have the crews from Xavier Prep B, Capital, and Long Beach Junior crew as they come into the second 1,000. There's quite a bit of open water separation here, about 100 meters. So watching this race is going to be a little bit more difficult on the screen, as we're going to focus more on the top 3 boats and just see how they interchange with each other. Redwood Scholars was moving up and trying to take that lead away from Los Gatos A, but Los Gatos A has responded and taken water back. Now Redwood Scholars continues in second. Third place is the B boat from Los Gatos. So of the top 3 boats here, 2 of them are from Los Gatos. Redwood Scholars rowing at a slightly higher stroke rate than the other 2 boats, trying to stay up into the wind, keep their speed up into the wind, and catch this leader boat, almost trying to make a statement of, we're not going to let you walk all over us, and we're going to see you again tomorrow. So testing a bit of the race strategy against each other before they meet for the grand final, where the medals come into play. So Whitney here, we see this great race between Redwood Scholars now almost pulling even again for the second time with the A boat from Los Gatos. And in the process, they're both pulling away from third place Los Gatos B. Trailing are the remaining crews from Long Beach Capital and Xavier Prep B.
That's right. Well, again, these races are so exciting because we see multiple entries from the same clubs. And so we're seeing a lot of success in Los Gatos, Los Gatos A, Los Gatos B. We have all kinds of Redwood Scholars, Capital, Xavier Prep, and we're seeing such great rows from all of these crews. So right now we are going to take a look again here at Redwood Scholars in lane 3, starting to move away now from Los Gatos A in lane 1. So again, sandwiched right in between them, Los Gatos B. But right now we're keeping our eye very closely on Redwood Scholars in lane 3, being chased here by Los Gatos A in lane 1.
Redwood Scholars overtaking the lead now. They've got it by 2 seats. They made a move, they grabbed the water, and they're holding on to it over the A boat from Los Gatos. I know for a fact these 2 programs have been duking it out for the past couple of years in the sculling boat. So this is another showdown between them, and it's not even the grand final. But Redwood Scholars here with 300 meters to go, taking the lead away from Los Gatos A. Oh, a little bit of a bobble there on port side as they deal with the rough water, but Redwood still has the lead.
Yeah, that's right. Even the little half crab doesn't seem to bother Redwood Scholars in lane 3 too much because they're still walking away from it, and they actually look very collected here. Again, motivated and determined to stay ahead of this Los Gatos boat in lane 1, but also not panicking. So I'm seeing this stroke seat again, looking over every once in a while. You can see they might actually be bringing up the rate here as we speak a little bit. I'm going to get some numbers on that, but I'm seeing that stroke seat look over at lane 1 quite a few times now. She's definitely keeping her eye on that bow ball. But right now, it is Redwood Scholars in lane 3, rowing at a 37. So they have indeed brought the rate up just a little bit. In the red buoys now, we are seeing the last few strokes. Again, this is just to get into the grand final, and we are seeing quite a showdown between these 3 crews. So it is lane 3, Redwood Scholars, followed by lane 1, still making a charge, Los Gatos A, and then Los Gatos B in lane 2. So we are going to see 2 Los Gatos boats in the grand final.
I just want to let you all know that your boat does go faster if you don't hit all 1,900 buoys in the time trial. In case anybody was wondering.
That's what I've been doing wrong the whole time.
So when you actually stay between the buoy lines, you have a tendency of going out in front. when you decide to hit all of them, it really.
All right, and we have the start to another very exciting event, the men's youth coxed 4. Again, both of us sitting up here at the commentator's booth, very excited to watch this race. We're both big fans of 4s here. Little coxswains' heads peeking up through the bows there. Let's give you some lineups here. In lane 1, Newport Seabase. Lane 2, St. Ignatius. Lane 3, Marin. Lane 4, St. Ignatius B. Lane 5, Capital. Lane 6, Casitas, and Lane 7, River City.
Now, before we call the placement, the water is getting a little bit rougher down the course, and as just a little trivia for the parents out there, those coxswains laying down the bow of the boat, guess who gets wet first if they hit a wave? So that coxswain helps keep the rest of the rowers dry indirectly in this rough water condition.
Yeah, that's right. No mercy for those coxswains
No
down
mercy.
there at water level. Not only that, but they get the glare of the sun as it starts coming down on the water with a little bit of chop. So it does get a little bit tricky sometimes to see the buoys into the sun, into the chop when you're getting all that water in your eyes, not only from backsplash, but also from the chop of the water. So hats off to coxswains. Make sure you give them a little bit of respect.
And Newport Seabase with the 2-3 bucket rig looking really good here out in front past the halfway markers. Lane 3 Marin in second, half a boat length over lane 2 St. Ignatius of San Francisco. So this is awesome because St. Ignatius for years has only been known for racing 8s. But here they are in lane 2 racing a 4 in a qualifying position to go on to the grand final. That is fantastic. I'm very happy to see that for their program. So it's Newport Seabase, Marin, and St. Ignatius as the top 3 boats here for the men's youth 4 semifinal 1. Then we go back to lane 4, St. Ignatius B, and Capital Crew. They are dead even for that 4th and 5th place position. Then outside to River City for 6th, and then Lake Casitas in the green hall for 7th here in the semifinal number 1 of the men's youth 4s. But wow, this Newport Seabase boat, Whitney, is making it look easy, especially with that bucket rig in choppy water conditions.
Oh, you're right about that. And here we are, St. Ignatius and Marin going stroke for stroke. I have them both at about a 34. So that's when it does come down to a little bit of power and a little bit of technique as well. And I hate to just use that word technique, throw it around, because what does that mean, right? So we're looking at these boats right now, both at, again, about a 34, but some spending a little bit more time on the back end, some a little bit quicker out of bow. So we're actually looking at slightly different styles, if you will, here in lanes 2, St. Ignatius, and lane 3, Marin. Looks like St. Ignatius starting to walk away just a little bit. Again, one stroke at a time, just crawling forward away from that Marin boat, stroked by Eric Hoff. But you can see that Eric Hoff, that stroke seat kind of peeking over again. Even with that coxswain, that stroke seat is still motivated to try to stick with St. Ignatius and stick it to him.
Well, Dan McDonald, the coach of St. Ignatius, doing a super job here, evolving the program into other boats. They have a very small boathouse, so they have to store these boats outside. But here they are in second place now, ahead of a much more established program, Marin, that has huge amounts of boathouse space. So that's just great for St. Ignatius to be in the running here to make the grand final and move on. And they're rowing very nicely and at a slightly higher rate than Marin. They're at about a 35, Marin at a 34. Newport Seabase continues in the lead at a 33.5, looking very calm, upright, and controlled, making it look easy. They're going to take this semifinal. But right behind them, this great race between SI and Marin. Now, Marin coming alive, they're like, okay, time to get down to business here. So let's see who finishes in second place as SI and Marin come to the line.
Oh, and look at these coxswains looking at each other, too. This Marin coxswain sitting up really tall in this seat, looking over, just urging his crew on. And it's kind of interesting, too, because, again, both of these crews are, as of now, going on to the grand final, but bow ball to bow ball. So maybe lanes matter to them. Again, we don't know. This is up to the crew to choose if they decide to fight for lanes or not. But right now we are seeing quite a battle between St. Ignatius and Marin in lanes 2 and 3.
The Wildcats of SI clawing their way just ahead of Marin. This is a great finish for SI as they come to the line. They've got about 10 strokes to go. Are they going to be able to hold off Marin? They're still going to go to the grand final. It's a statement more than anything, and Marin's going to eke out just ahead by like a foot. But still, that's going to be another great race tomorrow in the grand final. That was a fantastic race for St. Ignatius. Now coming to the line, the remainder of the field, we have Capital, St. Ignatius B, then River City and Lake Casitas, rounding out semifinal number 1 of the Men's Youth 4. Now underway, semifinal number 2 of the Men's Youth 4. In lane 1, San Diego Rowing Club. Lane 2, Pacific. Lane 3, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 4, Berkeley High. Lane 5, Long Beach. Lane 6, Oakland Strokes. And lane 7, Marina Aquatic Center. 4 boats out in the early lead. 4 boats racing for 3 positions. Lanes 1 through 4. Then lane 6 in 5th place. Fifth place. Then back to lane 6. And then finally lane 7. So this is interesting here with this setup because the outside lanes typically aren't faster in terms of how they're seated. But we're seeing some speed in these outside lanes, Whitney.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. It looks like we have a 4-boat race shaping up pretty strongly here in the first quarter of this race here. But right now I'm going to give it to San Diego in lane 1. But again, not by much because lane 3, Newport, is only seats down from that. And from my angle, it looks... Actually, they may be stern and bow deck overlapped here. Excuse me, my angle was a little bit deceiving there. So I'm going to go San Diego in lane 1, followed by Newport in lane 2, who got second in this event last year. So, again, they will be gunning for this event again, I know, for sure. And then we will look at Pacific in lane 2. And here we're looking at some nice close-ups of our view all the way across the field. So many of these boats just so close together. Here we are, lanes 2 and 3, looking like Newport overtaking Pacific in lane 2 and still slightly connected bow to stern. It looks like San Diego in lane 1 is trying to break free of Newport in lane 3. They're really trying for it there. And then we're going to go back to Pacific in lane 2 and then Berkeley in lane 4. So we're starting to separate now just a little bit.
So the leader, San Diego, is already out by about 2 seats open water over second place Newport. Second place Newport continues to take water away from third place Pacific in lane 2. The outside lanes, Oakland definitely in this hunt. They are trying hard to move up on these other teams and take water away, but first they'd have to catch Berkeley. Now Berkeley has moved into a position to challenge Pacific for that third qualifying position. So Berkeley is in fourth, but they are down only about 2 seats, maybe 3 at most, from Pacific. So that's the boat to watch, the boat with the bright yellow blades and the red B. Berkeley High School, will they catch Pacific and move on to the men's Youth 4 Grand Final?
Yeah, look at Pacific here in lane 2. Again, with that bucket, they are rowing like their lives depend on it here. Overlapping bow and stern decks with Newport, again, who got second in this event last year. Berkeley really starting to make a push, but I can see Aiden Cravens, that stroke seat in the Pacific boat in lane 2, looking over at Berkeley, and you can see Berkeley just licking their lips trying to get ahead of Pacific there, but I don't know if they're going to have the real estate to do it because Pacific is really putting the pedal to the metal here. So really well done by Pacific. Meanwhile, Newport still trying to walk away and get out of the middle of that sandwich there. But it is still San Diego Rowing Club, who got 7th in this event last year, in that first place spot. And we can just see off of our screen here those nice puddles being pushed back, a little bit of wake. So the rest of the field here just sitting in San Diego's wake, and I'm sure San Diego just loving that. Now, what do you think? We're watching an event like this, and they know that they're going to qualify. How does it feel to know that you can see the entire rest of the field behind you as you are about to qualify for a grand final for nationals?
Well, the stroke seat, that's a great question. Stroke seat's watching how the other boats perform. I mean, obviously he has his own race to do, but he's keeping an eye on who's making a move, how aggressive are they, because they're going to talk about that when they get off the water. Wow, Pacific made a big move, and look, they're moving up on Newport. They're going to pay attention to that because they want to talk about that and be ready for it in the grand final. And here's Pacific making a big move, a big gutsy move, and they're pulling dead even with Newport Aquatic Center. Newport is a huge program. They've got 150 kids. Pacific is not that big, and yet they're out rowing them right now, and they're taking second place away from Newport here in the semifinal of the men's Youth 4. So now Pacific in second, Newport falling back to third, Berkeley still in fourth, then outside to Oakland, Marina Aquatic Center, and Long Beach Junior Crew as these boats come into the tent area. But it's been about San Diego all the way down the course. But yes, they are watching that Pacific boat like, we got to keep an eye on them tomorrow. They could do anything. And they certainly did it in the hardest part of the race at the end.
So true. And as we are looking at this Pacific boat, they are starting to bring the rate up a little bit and kind of sacrificing some finesse here because this is raw power that we are seeing from this Pacific boat. Again, they kicked the rate up to about a 37, and they are absolutely gunning for it now to try to secure that spot and overtake Newport. And again, as we said, lost a little bit of finesse there. You can see that stroke seat just ripping and gripping, as we say, and getting those blades through the water as quickly as possible because check this out. What we are seeing right now is quite a race. Lane 1, San Diego. Lane 2, Pacific. And lane 3, Newport. And those will be your qualifiers as of now for the second half of that grand final of the men's 4. A really valiant effort there from Berkeley as well. All right, and we've had a start for the women's double. This is a 7-boat race. In lane 1, Redwood Scullers A. Lane 2, Waterford. Lane 3, Row LA. Lane 4, Santa Barbara. Lane 5, Tempe. Lane 6, Channel Islands. And Lane 7, California Yacht Club. And right now it looks like we are almost in lane order. So it's Redwood Scullers up at the front, followed by lane 3. That is Row LA. And then Waterford in lane 2. But I'm going to keep an eye on lanes 2 and 3, Waterford and Row LA, because they are very, very tight, very close together. We're going to jump back to lane 4, Santa Barbara, followed by lane 5, Tempe. And then another boat race shaping up between lanes 6 and 7. That is Channel Islands and California Yacht Club. And here we are on our screen watching the race shaping up between Tempe and Santa Barbara. So going stroke for stroke right now. You can see Tempe Junior Crew in that beautiful yellow M-Pocker and those bright pink hats. Really makes it easy for us to see them out on the water. So looking really good. And fashion is half the battle. So as we cross the 500, we still have our current leaders up at the front. Redwood Scullers, followed by Waterford, followed by Row LA. And now we are starting to see a little bit more of an even separation here, about a half boat length between each of those 3 crews. But those are the clear leaders as of now. So again, Redwood Scullers stroked by Olivia Petrie, again a name that we have heard before, also rode the single. And then we will look at Waterford. In lane 2, Waterford, again, the crew from Utah, one of 3 crews training out there on the Jordan River. That is 1,600 meters in length. And then we go down to lane 3, Row LA, who again just has about a half a boat length, open water, behind Waterford. And that is stroked by Lucy Demmer. And here we go again, just gave them a few strokes to kind of shake things out just a little bit. We're looking at lanes 4 and 5 now, creating quite a race between them, Santa Barbara and Tempe. Santa Barbara stroked by J.C. Dingham and Tempe stroked by Talia Kopoloff. So lanes 4 and 5, pretty close there. It looks like Santa Barbara, though, making a little bit of a move, trying to break away, I'm sure, from Tempe, who was probably putting a little bit of a thorn in their side, not letting them off that easy. So really well done to Tempe. You can see that bow seat looking over at the stroke seat there. Santa Barbara looking at J.C. Dunham. Santa Barbara rowing at about a 28-29. And Tempe bringing it up just a little bit, staying really, really long through the water here. I think this is going to serve them in the second half here. Tempe doing a really nice job starting to move, adding a little bit of power underneath the water there, rowing at about a 30-31 in lane 5 and starting to creep up a little bit on Santa Barbara in lane 4. Here we are, current leaders right now. Redwood Scullers got first in this event last year. Waterford got second. So we do have our current leaders still up at the front again for a second year in a row. And again, just to qualify for the grand final. Row LA got 9th in this event last year, and again, doing really well now in 3rd still. And we will keep an eye on that Row LA boat. Again, we will not see all of the cards thrown on the table for these qualifying events. Many of these boats, especially the smaller boats that take a little bit longer to get through 2,000 meters and into a headwind, will likely try to conserve a little bit of energy for the grand final for tomorrow. So as long as they squeeze into the grand final and qualify, and don't want to fight for lanes, then they should be happy with that. But right now we do have a little bit of a spread, again, between first, second, and third, so they may not have that option anyway. Right now we are looking at Redwood Scullers in lane 1 as our current leader, again, stroked by Olivia Petrie. Very experienced sculler here. She did really well last year in this event. She stroked this event last year when she won. Also went on to Youth Nationals. As they cross the 1,500, she is taking her pair partner with her, who is an excellent support up there in the bow, doing a great job. And they're starting to bring the rate up here just a little bit. Again, not too much, maybe a beat or two. But they're staying really long. They look so confident in this lineup here. This beautiful Hudson, great blade work here. Olivia Petrie and her pair partner doing a great job bringing it home in the last 300 meters. And we're looking at Waterford in second, again, who got second in this event last year and holding their place. Stroked by Isabella Ramish. Also doing a really nice job. And then we go back to lane 3. That is Row LA, stroked by Lucy Demmer. A women's program down in LA that shares water with California Yacht Club, UCLA, LMU, MAC. Quite a few programs down there. And here we go, lanes 4 and 5, the boats we've been talking about so much, starting to separate now just a little bit. Looks like Santa Barbara, stroked by J.C. Dingman, is starting to walk away a little bit from lane 5, Tempe Junior Crew. So lane 4 here, again, Santa Barbara rowing at about a 31-32. So here we go. Last 10 strokes for Redwood Scullers. Olivia Petrie and her pair partner coming in to defend a first place finish again. Squeezing into that first qualifying spot for the grand final. Waterford coming in second, stroked by Isabella Ramish. Then it's going to be Row LA in lane 3, followed by Santa Barbara in lane 4, who has broken away from Tempe and opened up a little bit of water now. The pink hats of Tempe Junior Crew, stroked by Talia Kopoloff. And then we look back to California Yacht Club in lane 7 and Channel Islands in lane 6. And they will round out our field there. So first 3 qualifying spots for the women's double go to Redwood, Waterford, and Row LA. And race 2 of the women's youth double is underway. In lane 1, Waterford B. Lane 2, Los Gatos A. Lane 3, Newport. Lane 4, Redwood Scullers B. Lane 5, Utah. Lane 6, Oakland United. Lane 7, Long Beach Junior Crew. And we are about 2.5 minutes into this race. And let's give you some margins.
Looks like the early leader is lane 2, Los Gatos A, out by 1 length over lane 1, Waterford B. Waterford B in lane 1, they're in second place, but in lane 4, Redwood Scholars B, they are moving up to challenge them, and that's becoming a dead even race for second place. We then go back to Newport in lane 3. They're in fourth place. They are down from Redwood Scholars by about 3 seats, as these crews are still pretty early in the race. Then open water back, we go to the remaining teams from Utah, Oakland United, and Long Beach Junior Crew. We believe lane 7 is empty, so I apologize for that. 6 boats on the course. Lane 7, I believe that's Long Beach, is empty. Now back to the leaders. Los Gatos A doing a super job here. They've had great sculling all weekend, and they are continuing to do that now in the women's youth double. Waterford B in lane 1 has overtaken and moved up a little bit of Redwood Scholars B. Redwood Scholars B have their hands full with Newport Aquatic Center in the yellow hall in lane 3 right next to them. So this is going to be a close race, Whitney, between Redwood Scholars B and Newport for that third qualifying position for the women's youth doubles.
Yeah, you're right about that. And then we have Utah just behind them and Oakland United as well. Utah said that they had some very intense seat racing to make this boat, to put this boat together for this race this year. So they're very excited to see how they do, and they seem to be doing all right here, hanging in there with some of these other very experienced crews that have spent a lot of time in these boats together. So it's always great to see some fresh blood, as we say, coming into these races and making things more exciting. But right now, as you said, we're looking at lanes 1 and 2. This is Los Gatos A and Waterford in lane 1. So Los Gatos A still in the lead here in lane 2. We'll pull back just a little bit to see our margins there on Newport and Redwood. So it looks like Newport is a few boat lengths open water down from Los Gatos and Waterford. And then bow to stern is Redwood Scholars B in lane 4.
And that's Redwood Scholars B in fourth place now, chasing third place Newport. Newport in the yellow hall in third. Redwood Scholars B in lane 4 in fourth place. On the outside, we have Utah and Oakland United. They're in a pretty close race between themselves here, even though they're separated by a few lanes. They are looking to have a good race all the way to the finish line here, but they're back by almost 100 meters of open water behind the top 4 boats. The race continues to be between Redwood Scholars and Newport. That's because Newport holds on to that third qualifying position, and will Redwood Scholars be able to catch them and move up? One thing I'm seeing here, Whitney, as we pass the 1,500-meter line, in that boat in lane 1, Waterford B, look at the hang and suspension. I really like that. They've got this good hang and swing back to bow with power, and they're matching the speed of the lead boat, Los Gatos. So when you see 2 boats matching speed like this, all it means is the Los Gatos boat had a quicker start, made a strategic move. But in terms of moving through the water, they're both identical in speed right now. That's just a strategic move. One boat got to move on the other, but they're equally fast. Now, if Los Gatos was kept pulling away, yeah, they're faster. But these are pretty equally matched boats. It's just a matter of their race strategy.
You are exactly right. And I do love to see it in both of these crews. We're actually seeing a lot of lift and send. So what you were talking about before, what you were referring to is the hang. They are actually getting that shell up out of the water and riding on top of the water just a little bit more, able to suspend a little bit longer. Now, hopefully crews don't do that for too long, because what goes up must come down, and you don't want that boat plunging down into the water again. But both of these crews are actually doing a really nice job of getting that lift and that long power curve all the way through, keeping the boat suspended up on top of the water. So you want less surface area on the surface of the water there, the surface of the shell, on the surface of the water, which allows the boat to move a little bit quicker. So they're doing a great job, both of these crews, Waterford and Los Gatos. We are still looking at Los Gatos in the lead here, followed by Waterford. And then Newport, again, in that pretty secure position. So I don't know if we're going to see too many dice thrown onto the table here for that final move to secure a lane, because all three of these crews look quite comfortable where they are. But all rowing very, very well, which I think is going to make a very exciting grand final tomorrow.
Absolutely. And again, really clean rowing here coming out of these two top boats as they come across the line first. Waterford B in second behind Los Gatos A. And the next race coming at us, we have 4 races to go, ladies and gentlemen, before we say goodbye for the day. 4 races to go. Next one up, semifinal number 1 of the women's U16-8. Lane 1 will be Los Gatos. Lane 2, Newport Aquatic Center. Lane 3, San Diego Rowing Club. Lane 4, River City. Lane 5, Capital Crew. Lane 6, Pacific. And Lane 7, Oakland. We have a start, and we're out, and we have 3 boats, actually 4 boats, almost 5 right now, fighting for those top 3 positions. Lanes 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. That'd be Los Gatos, Newport, River City, Capital, and Pacific, all fighting for 3 qualifying positions.
Yeah, this is tough to call. This is an armada of shells all coming at us in a pretty even fashion here. We will potentially see a little bit more movement in the next minute or so. We'll see. So we are only about 2 minutes into this race, so there is room to go. But right now, we are definitely looking at Los Gatos in lane 1, Newport in lane 2, who got 5th in this event last year, and then we will jump over to River City in lane 4. And then it looks like lanes 3 and 5, San Diego and Capital, quite close together. We will check those margins the best that we can with the angles. It's always a little bit deceiving from our angle here. But we are seeing some excellent racing. We will try to get some numbers here for you. But again, Newport got 5th in this event last year. Oakland Strokes in lane 7 got 3rd last year. And San Diego got 6th. So we have some great crews out here on the water gunning for those first 3 spots.
All right. Well, stroke rates are looking pretty consistent here across the board. So the leader, Los Gatos, they're pretty comfortable. But then right behind them, we have Newport at 34, River City at 34.5, 35, and then Capital Crew just a little bit higher, as they're all trying to catch and achieve that 3rd place crew and position. Now, River City right now has that 3rd place position. The question is, can they hold off everyone else behind them? They continue to extend their lead. It looks like they're pushing out a little bit further every stroke. They just have to maintain their control and composure, of course, but these other crews are still coming after them. Now, San Diego in lane 3, they now have their hands full with lane 5 Capital challenging them for 4th place. But they're all chasing 3rd place River City. River City now with an open water advantage over both San Diego and Capital Crew.
Yeah, you know what's interesting here is we're looking at San Diego and Capital kind of battling it out for that for lanes 3 and 5, and we're seeing San Diego actually swinging out quite a bit more. They have a much longer stroke around the back end. Capital a little bit more punchy, sitting up quite tall there. So I will be interested to see in the second half who starts to prevail, or if they stretch out a little bit and kind of let it go to try to challenge San Diego again for that spot. But we are definitely seeing a pretty good fight here. Los Gatos stroked by Maya Logan, really walking away from it here. I mean, they're opening up water, and it's the gap is not getting any smaller here. So it's Los Gatos and Newport A stroked by Callie Yao. Again, they got 5th in this last year and now currently in 2nd.
And just to remind the crowd, this is U16. So in the high school years, you're looking at what, basically sophomores, kids in their first or second year of rowing. So young, not real experienced yet, depending on how when they started, but still handling these conditions very well and rowing cleanly. And now Capital Crew overtaking San Diego, so that puts Capital in 4th behind 3rd place River City. Los Gatos continues in the lead, followed by Newport. But it's Capital now overtaking San Diego in the red hall and going after 3rd place River City. But they've got open water they still have to make up, almost a boat length, more than a boat length almost, to make that happen. That's a lot given the time that's left. So River City looking pretty good right now to go on to the grand final.
Yeah, I would definitely run with this momentum if I were River City and with this coxswain, and just keep them in the game, keep them focused, and execute a fantastic rest of their race, which they seem to be doing. They seem to be doing a great job, not overexerting themselves or, blowing the wheels off too soon. So that's really good to see. So River City kind of maintaining that 3rd place spot. And then we look again up at Los Gatos here, coming through the 1500 as we speak. So if you are down on the beach, then get ready to come cheer for these crews. Again, Los Gatos, Newport, and River City in those first 3 spots. And if you are not down on the beach, you should be. Again, U16 athletes, as you've said before, this is very impressive rowing that we are seeing from young athletes. These could be 15-year-olds. These could be, even 14-year-olds for some of them. I don't know if we'll see that, but it could be. So very impressive rowing. Again, looking at Newport on our screen now, if you are able to watch the finish line tent at the live stream. You can see these beautiful drone shots, and look at this here, the blades just glinting on the surface of the water in the setting sun.
Well, as I mentioned earlier in a previous race, Whitney, I'm looking at our boats matching speed. Now, for the Los Gatos boat, they were out and gone. That's a strong boat. They're just clearly really fast. But other boats, after they make their moves, if they settle down, they're matching the same speed. You've got a crew there that could potentially change things if they adjust their race plans, so to speak. That, hey, we're the same speed, bet they got the jump on us. How can we prevent that next time and be in their position instead of ours? So I'm seeing that here with a lot of these crews. Speed's matched. It's just a matter of strategy and what they do early in the race.
That's right. I'm looking at Los Gatos right here, rowing at about a 36. We'll see if they bring it up for the last 15, 20 strokes or so. And it looks like they are very patient around the back end. Again, they're letting that boat run for them. So really well done here to Los Gatos as they are bringing the stroke rate up again, just to put a stamp on this race. We see you, Los Gatos. We know that you have qualified. Well done. And they just open up more water here on Newport, who is in 2nd. Securing that 2nd place spot for the grand final. And it will be what looks like River City in 3rd. Here we go, River City, about ready to be done. Say, we did it.
And that's River City holding off their crosstown rival, Capital Crew.
That's right.
In 4th.
That's right. And here comes San Diego in the bright red shell. That nice bucket setup in 6 and 7 seats there. Then we will jump over to Pacific and Oakland Strokes in 6 and 7.
Okay, folks, we're down to the last 3 races. Now underway. The racing never stops at Lake Natoma. Semifinal number 2 of the women's U16-8, Lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, St. Ignatius. Lane 3, Lake Casitas. Lane 4, Marina Aquatic Center. Lane 5, Marin B. And Lane 6, NorCal. All boats on the course, all boats rowing cleanly. Still approaching 500 meters, so the race is still early. We are seeing separation already. We'll give you that first call right before 500 meters. And the leader out in front is lane number 2, St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius almost with a bow to stern advantage over lane 1, Marin A, that is. We then go to lane number 4, Marina Aquatic Center, in a 4-seat advantage over lane 5, Marin B, and lane 3, Lake Casitas. Lake Casitas falling back a little bit now into 4th, but it is Marina Aquatic Center in 3rd. Then we go outside to NorCal Crew in lane 6th in the trailing position as semifinal number 2 of the women's U16-8s come down the course. And again, St. Ignatius, the early leader here from San Francisco.
So I really want to hand it to Marina here. We're seeing a great performance from them. Lane 4, again, we want to keep in mind, too, that their season was so disrupted by the fires in L.A., and they have done such a great job bringing their athletes back and getting them focused and getting them here to the starting line at all after a pretty tough season. Some new athletes coming in early on, and then they had the fires, and they have a huge team, 130 athletes from 35 different local schools, which is incredible. And so MAC, I want to say, has just done a phenomenal job coming out here, and they're looking so good right now, sandwiched in between Casitas and Marin in lane 5, doing a really great job here. So we'll try to get some numbers here for you, of course, because we are keeping a very close eye on these top qualifying spots, and we're seeing a little bit of wake from some of those boys, some of those boats just off of our screen here, but we are looking at Casitas making a little bit of a charge on Marina. And then we go right back up to our leaders here. St. Ignatius in lane 2 and Marin in lane 1.
Now that's Marin's A boat. They have 2 boats in this race. The funny thing between these 2 programs is there are a lot of kids that row for SI but go to school in Marin, and vice versa. There's kids that row for Marin that go to school in San Francisco. So there's a lot of rivalry between these programs, and right now SI has the upper hand here in semifinal number 2, with SI 4 seats up on Marin, and we're in the second 1,000 meters of the race. So will the Wildcats of St. Ignatius, be able to hold on and keep this first place position? But I see Marin making a move right now and they just took 1 seat away, and now they're about to take away another seat. It could be only a 2-seat deficit as we approach 1,500 meters. Marina Aquatic Center continues in 3rd. They are 5 seats ahead of Lake Casitas. Lake Casitas has pulled ahead of the B boat from Marin. And then finally we have NorCal on the outside in the trailing position. So Marina Aquatic Center has been very consistent. The women in that U16-8 have not been rattled by either Marin's B boat or Lake Casitas, and they are still coming down the course looking to qualify for the grand final.
I have Marina rowing at about a 33, 34, and they have been very consistent all the way through this race here. being chased by Casitas. Again, Casitas hasn't quite been able to get their claws in this MAC boat in lane 4, but they sure are trying, and they are not giving up. Marina obviously just looking over at Casitas and just saying, oh my God, we can't break free from these guys. So Casitas doing a really good job just being a thorn in the side of Marina here as we come up to the 1500. So keep a very close eye on that bright green boat that is probably going, if I'm, again, to make a guess here, is going to try to throw the kitchen sink at Marina a little bit for a Hail Mary and try to squeeze into that spot. But I don't know if Marina is going to let them have it.
And now Marin has pulled even with St. Ignatius in semifinal number 2 of the women's U16-8s. And now SI is responding. SI is like, no, we're not done yet here. SI now back up by half a deck over Marin's A boat. The Marin 6 seat looking over like, are you kidding me? We just took the water and now you took it back from us? And SI is like, yes, we did. And SI now has 1 seat over Marin as they come to the line. But this could turn out either way, Whitney, as we come to the finish line here between Marin and SI. They're both going to go to the grand final tomorrow, and I anticipate another great race. But SI is coming on strong here at the end. Look, now they're up 4 seats. Now they're up 5 seats. Now they're up almost 6 seats. That's a lot of kick from the Wildcats from St. Ignatius.
Yeah, that's right. It's really hard to say how much effort they are actually putting into this finish here and how much they are going to save a little bit. As long as they're just ahead of lane 1 here, Marin, they should be happy with that performance. So well done. St. Ignatius in first, Marin in second. Both will move on. And right now it is looking still like Marina in lane 4, again, who won this event last year and has had a very strong season. Again, Casitas chasing in the bright green shell, who will run out of water here, it is looking like, although it is quite a charge, I have to say. That was impressive, getting just a few more inches out of her crew. That coxswain did a great job in the last little bit there, but it looks like St. Ignatius, Marin, and Marina will be moving on to the grand final.
Two races to go, ladies and gentlemen. 2 races to go. Now underway, the first of 2 semifinals for the men's youth straight 4. Straight 4, what does that mean? That means there's no coxswain, and each rower has just 1 oar. It's a boat steered by either bow seat or stroke seat, depending on how the rudder system is set up. Here are the lane assignments. Lane 1, Los Gatos. Lane 2, NorCal. Lane 3, Pacific. Lane 4, Capital. Lane 5, San Diego, and it's 1, 2, 3 across the line. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the lane assignment equals the boat placement right now. Los Gatos A leading, followed by NorCal and Pacific. 3 boats to the grand final. It's Capital and San Diego trailing early in this race. And Whitney, we're going to pay attention to steering here too. It's kind of like the pair where there's no coxswain to do that job. It's either bow seat or stroke seat.
And it looks like we have some crews already getting pretty close together in lanes 1 and 2. Now, this is the action that I have been waiting for. I love the straight 4. It is such an exciting race to watch, and you have to have great athletes in this boat. So it's really exciting to see these athletes come out here, oftentimes spending time in the pair, like you said, and then you put them all together and you say, all right, boys, let's go. Let the 4s just run. Let the horses free, as we say. And also, on top of that, you have to steer your own boat. So I love a straight 4. And we're seeing here already Los Gatos in lane 1. Jasper Powell walking away, starting to open up some water now on lane 2, NorCal crew. And Pacific, who is still overlapping with NorCal crew in lane 2. So there you go. Lanes 1, 2, and 3 are your current leaders.
NorCal, they got pretty close to that Los Gatos boat, but they were behind them. In the process of doing that, they let Pacific get closer to them. Pacific was steering a better course. So that cost NorCal a couple of seats of water, and Pacific still doing a good job on their steering. And that's sometimes a thing when the coach says, okay, you're going to steer the boat, you're going to Rabowski. Rower may like, I don't want to steer the boat, coach. Let somebody else do it. Some people love it, some people hate it. But in the end, you got to do what you got to do. So right here, Pacific still on a good course, NorCal on a good course. NorCal still holding off Pacific in second place, Pacific in third. Going back to the outside boats, we have Capital and San Diego. If we pull back, we might get a shot of them and see how they're doing. But it is all about Los Gatos way out in front as they continue to walk away with this really strong, really powerful boat.
Yeah, and we are watching a few of these crews. Again, still lane 1 and 2, both getting pretty close to one side or the other on that buoy line. We're looking at Los Gatos right now, riding that port side buoy, but again, kind of moving back into the center now. They'll find their way, and then it seems NorCal crew has found their way back into the center again after riding that port side as well. And here we are looking at Pacific again, stroked by Luke Madden. Really hanging in there. So they have actually done a great job steering. I have to say Pacific has been very impressive here, staying down the center of their lane. And that does cost you when you do have to steer like that. Again, those rudders may be the size of a credit card. It's very tiny, but over a lot of space, a lot of meters, that does add up. It does make a difference.
Absolutely. And falling back, we want to make sure all the fans of Capital and San Diego know. Capital in fourth. They're chasing Pacific in third. Capital's down about a boat length of open water. San Diego does have their bow ball at the Capital 3 seat. So you never know. You never know. Sometimes crews hit the 1,000-meter line and they run out of gas and they get caught. So we're going to pay attention to Pacific. They're in the vulnerable seat or position of third place with Capital and San Diego chasing them.
Absolutely. We're looking at a good recovery here from NorCal in lane 2. A bucket hat in the 2 seat. Perhaps that's giving them a little bit of luck or a little bit of speed there to make up for a little bit of steering that they were doing there. But looking good now. It looks like they've found their rhythm. They have a nice long swing all the way to the back end of the stroke there, sending it just a little bit. And we have Los Gatos actually coming back into the center of their lane again. So riding that starboard buoy now, a little bit close, a little bit tight on that starboard side, but it looks like they have realized what they are up to and have come into the last 250 now. So keep an eye on this Los Gatos crew closest to the shore here as they come in for the final stretch.
That's why sometimes on buoyed race courses, you set up the steering and stroke seat, being that he has a wide open view of the lane lines behind him, and bow seat can call the race plan. So I don't know how these boats are set up, but you'll see that typically on a buoyed course, stroke seat steering the boat with the rudder system at his footboards. It is Los Gatos coming in to the finish all by themselves, wide open water, looking strong as many of their boats have all weekend long. Followed by second place, NorCal, then Pacific. They haven't changed places much, still the same spacing between them, followed by Capital and San Diego. Last race of the day is now underway at the Southwest Junior Championships here at Lake Natoma. Semifinal number 2 of the men's straight 4. That's a 4 without a coxswain. Lane 1, Marin. Lane 2, Oakland. Lane 3, Newport. Lane 4, Marine Aquatic Center. And Lane 5, Junipero Serra High School, a Catholic high school from San Mateo, California. In the lead, lanes 1 and 2, we're looking at Marin and Oakland pacing one another. It's Marin with an advantage of about 3 seats over Oakland. Top 3 boats go to the grand final. Next closest boat looks to be lane 4, Marina Aquatic Center. Marina in lane 4 doing a good job here as they come down the course. We're going to pull back here in a second, get a broader view. We have a super unusual rig here in the Marina boat. We have a bucket 3-4 and a bucket bow pair. So what that means is bow pair are both on port side and stern pair are both on starboard side. Ladies and gentlemen, I have never, ever, ever seen that in a 4 in all my years of racing and coaching. That is unique.
I was just going to say, just when I think I've seen it all in all of my years being in this sport, I have been surprised twice today now. This is the second time. I have never seen a configuration like this in a 4, let alone a straight 4. This is really, really unusual and very unbelievable. So, and you know what? They're doing a great job. Absolutely. This is a really difficult configuration to row.
Well, and it gives them a huge... it gives bow pair a huge leverage advantage to swing the boat to starboard with that concentrated power in 2 oars. Now, let's give you a recap here. Actually, we called the first part wrong. Out in front, it's Newport. They were so far ahead we didn't see them in the camera.
It does happen.
It does happen. It's Newport in the lead, followed by Marin, and then Oakland. Those are your top 3 boats, with Marina and Unipro Serra chasing. It's Marina with that amazingly unique setup with a double bucket in a 4. And given that the wind is coming from the tent side, that's got to be rough on the coxswain steering with that leverage.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, if they had a coxswain, perhaps it would be a little bit difficult.
Excuse me, no coxswain, even harder.
But this time, the same steering applies. Steering to that side, you are absolutely right. But maybe what you were thinking of was that 8 that had the coxswain so far away because we were missing the stroke seat, and that was the first time we were surprised today. The second time is seeing this absolutely bonkers bucket rig in this 4, which is really incredible again. So again, twice in one day we have been absolutely shocked. But as we see Newport here leading the charge again, coming towards the 7:50 to go. Again, we are looking down with our eagle eyes down the course here. We're seeing some really great racing here, and no surprise really, Newport, Oakland, Marin, Marina. I would expect all of these crews to have very strong 4s.
Absolutely, and again, thank you for correcting me. There is no coxswain here. It's just bow seat or stroke seat steering with the footboard. And it is Newport all the way, followed by Marin and Oakland with Serra and Marina chasing. We're just going to call the race all the way down. We've got 500 meters to go for the leader. That's Newport just now crossing 500 to go, followed by Marin in lane 1, and then Oakland in lane 2. But they're spaced out. They've got open water between them. But, boy, I want to see that Marina boat again. That's history in the making. You just don't see that here at Lake Natoma very often. One time, Stanford had their battleship rig where they had a bucket, and everyone was like, what is that? Now we've seen it in the 4.
Right. Well, you hope that when a crew does it like Stanford like that, it's not just all show, no dough. You hope you can actually back it up. But this is, again, a really incredible configuration that we are seeing here, and really some incredible racing, although a little bit more of a spread than I would have expected between some of these crews. We are seeing some phenomenal racing, so do come down to the beach here for the last race of the day. Again, take a look at Newport, Marin, Oakland, and if you are seeing the screen right now, it looks like they are getting a little bit close to the buoy line on the starboard side here. Perhaps those bow seats are a bit stronger than they anticipated, but we do have a little bit of a breeze as well, and that will affect things just a little bit. But we are looking at Marina in 3rd here. Actually, let me see, 4th. We take a look again, 4th. That's right.
This is the last race of the day, coming to the finish line. Tomorrow begin the grand finals. In the lead here for the men's straight 4, semifinal number 2, it's Newport, then Marin, followed by Oakland, and then Marina Aquatic Center with the double bucket, and Serra High School.
Well, if you came to see action out on the water, you sure got some today. So it was a pleasure to be able to sit here at the finish line and watch all of this unfold. And look at this finish here. So many buckets. I don't think I've ever seen so many bucket configurations in one day.
Well, we are near water. Got to have buckets for water.
We certainly are.
Bad joke.
That is right. And here we are watching Marina now crossing the line, followed by Junipero Serra, stroked by Owen Avadian.
The Padres of Junipero Serra High School from San Mateo, California, fighting to the end, bringing today's racing to a conclusion. And as soon as they're done, we'll have a few announcements for you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes racing for today. We have several reminders. We'll give a few from Whitney and a few from myself. Thank you for coming. Please remember to clean up trash in your area. Coaches, remember to not leave any piles because there are rattlesnakes coming out and they like to hide under things at nighttime, and we don't want any unwelcome surprises in the morning.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Watch your shoes and little piles of things. Those little snakes get in there. As you are leaving, please, please, please stack your chairs if you can. We want to keep everything consolidated. We do have some wind as well, so please stack your chairs. And also, finally, the last shuttle leaves at 6:30 p.m. 6:30 p.m. Okay? So thank you so much again for coming. That wraps up day 2 of the Southwest Junior Regional Champs. And it was a pleasure to be on the mic with you here, Bob, today. And we look forward to an action-packed tomorrow.
And you too, Whitney. We'll see you all tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Have a safe drive home. And athletes, get rested and get ready. We'll see you tomorrow.